Chapter 1436. The Laws of Death. Zhuo nodded when he heard this. The bewitchment technique of the nine-tailed fox was indeed extremely terrifying. Even he himself had almost fallen for it. If it wasn't for the Buddhist technique, Zhuo would have very easily fallen into the bewitchment. This bewitching state is probably able to affect profound sages. Saying this, Zhuo walked toward the nine-tailed fox. The latter's eyes were filled with fear as she revealed a pitiful look. "Are you going to kill me?" The nine-tailed fox was extremely beautiful. Every action of hers was filled with a bewitching aura. At this moment, the pitiful look on her face naturally made one feel sorry for her. "Tell me the entrance to the core of the second forbidden area." Zhuowen's tone was calm. He did not show any pity despite the nine-tailed fox's delicate appearance. The nine-tailed fox also withdrew her delicate appearance. She knew that the young man before her had a firm will and would not be moved at all. "If you let me go, I'll tell you the entrance to the core," the nine-tailed fox said coldly. "No problem. My goal is to enter the forbidden area, not to kill you." Zhuo did not seem to mind. His attitude caused the nine-tailed demon fox to be slightly stunned. Soon after, she pointed towards the north and said, "I hope that you will keep your word. Walk in that direction until you reach the end. The entrance to the core area is at the end. Please bring me there. I need to confirm if it's real or not," Zhuo said calmly. The nine-tailed fox's expression changed slightly. She then nodded and said, "Then I'll bring you there. Come with me." Saying this, the nine-tailed fox led the way while Zhuo silently followed behind. Although the two did not seem to have any interaction, Zhuowen's aura was firmly locked onto the nine-tailed fox. If the latter made any strange movements, Zhuo would definitely attack without hesitation. The nine-tailed fox naturally felt the strong aura behind her, so she did not dare to make any strange movements. She obediently led the way. This is the entrance to the core of the second forbidden area. At the end was an expanse of nothingness, and at the center of the nothingness stood an enormous door of bones. This door was made purely from countless piles of white bones. At the top of the door hung a large skull. Its empty eyes looked down, and there seemed to be endless darkness in its empty eyes. "What a strange door!" Zhuo murmured in a low voice. His gaze fell on the mountain deity, as if he was consulting the latter. It shouldn't be fake. After all, there is only one door in this vast ice field. There is no other possibility except for the core area. The mountain god muttered. Zhuo nodded slightly. He did not doubt the mountain god's judgment. He said to the nine-tailed fox, "You can scram now." The nine-tailed demon fox was naturally submissive and left the place as if it was escaping from something. "Let's go in and take a look." Taking one step forward, Zhuo stepped into the skeletal gate. Next, he felt his surroundings spinning as he arrived at an unfamiliar place. This was a burial ground. The sky was blood-red and the ground was littered with white bones. The air was filled with a strange smell of blood mixed with a rotten stench. It was nauseating. Zhuo landed on the ground and crushed the bones under his feet. What a strange space. The core area of the first forbidden area was a barren land. Its environment was related to the Saint Rune law. This place should be similar. I wonder what kind of law is in the core area of the second forbidden area? Stepping through countless skeletons, Zhuo walked towards the center of the burial ground. After about an hour, Zhuo walked out of a basin and came to a plateau. A few thousand meters ahead, he found a mountain. To be more precise, this mountain was made up of countless white bones. Countless skulls could be seen clearly, and these skulls were all facing Zhuowen's direction, as if they were staring at Zhuo, causing Zhuowen's hair to stand on end. The entire mountain of bones was emitting a strong aura of death. "Death," Zhuo murmured in a low voice. He looked up and suddenly found a huge tombstone at the top of the mountain of bones. This tombstone was dozens of feet tall and was carved from a huge leg bone. There was also a seal engraved on the tombstone. This seal was similar to the one on the tombstone of the first forbidden area, but there were also some differences. The seal on the tombstone of the first forbidden area emitted a barren aura and was gray in color. On the other hand, the seal on the tombstone at the top of the mountain of bones was black in color and emitted an aura of death. The law of death. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and a word suddenly came to his mind. This terrifying aura of death could only be emitted by the law of death. Once the law of death appears, bones will be everywhere. Death is the end of all life. An indifferent voice sounded from the tombstone. It came and went quickly. Whose voice is that? Taoist Song Long? Zhuowen's eyes were filled with bewilderment. That voice just now was too strange, and had come too suddenly. Creak, creak, creak. Suddenly, numerous strange noises spread from the surroundings. Immediately, Zhuowen was shocked to discover that the entire burial ground was surging. More accurately speaking, it was the skeletons on the burial ground that were moving. The mountain of bones in front of Zhuowen was also moving. The piles of bones were constantly moving and surging towards the tombstone at the top of the mountain. Death is the end of all life. As long as there is life, there is no eternal existence. Who can't die? The voice from before rang out once more. Soon after, the entire burial ground was in an uproar. Then, Zhuowen found that the skeletons began to move. The skulls and bodies were connected. There were human skeletons and beast skeletons. The big ones were dozens of feet tall, and the small ones were only the size of a human. Roar, roar. A terrifying, ear-piercing sound reverberated in the surroundings. The aura of death grew even more intense. Soon after, countless skeletons surrounded Zhuowen. Death is the end of all life. Stay with us and build the glory of this burial ground. Become one of us and live forever in the kingdom of death. Different voices sounded in the surroundings, accompanied by the creaking sounds of bones colliding. It was especially ear-piercing. You want me to become one of you? Looks like you're thinking too much. Zhuowen smiled indifferently. The 4-kill sword formation shot out explosively, and the power of strangulation covered his entire body. Instantly, the surrounding skeletons that surged over were all crushed into powder by the strangulation power. However, there were too many skeletons around. Although the 4-kill sword array was powerful, the endless skeletons rushed over and there were signs of it being unable to withstand it. There are too many of them. The 4-kill sword array can't hold on any longer. Zhuowen frowned. With a flip of his right hand, he summoned the Taishang dragon seal. A loud dragon roar sounded and the shadow of the Taishang dragon burst out. It was earth-shattering and mighty. Zhuowen's body was covered with the Taishang dragon seal. He was like a god of war descending to the mortal world. Kill! Under the shadow of the Taishang dragon, Zhuowen was not afraid. He stepped out and punched. The power of the Taishang dragon burst out and shattered dozens of skeletons. Zhuowen frowned and murmured, "This is not the way. There are too many skeletons in this burial ground. They are almost endless and densely packed." The mountain god said calmly, "Climb the bone mountain. The law of death is engraved on the tombstone at the top of the mountain. Maybe you can stop the skeletons if you reach the top of the bone mountain and get the tombstone." "Okay." Zhuowen responded and punched out his right fist. The Taishang dragon seal combined with the terrifying power of the quasi-divine body was fully displayed. Suddenly, a small path was opened in front of him. Boom, boom, boom. Zhuowen's physical body was too terrifying. Although it had not reached the level of a divine body, an ordinary half-saint could not withstand his punch. Although the skeletons were strong, they were not enough in front of Zhuowen, who had a quasi-divine body. "I'm at the foot of the mountain. Let's climb up." Another punch smashed dozens of skeletons. Zhuowen came to the foot of the mountain with joy in his eyes. Just as he was about to step on the bone mountain, a violent whistling sound swept over. "Huh!" Zhuowen's face changed dramatically. He punched out with his right fist, and then there was an explosion. Then he stepped back and frowned. At the foot of the mountain, a giant shadow of dozens of feet walked slowly. It was the skeleton of a huge ape. Its thick waist was hunched and its fists were as huge as boulders. Whoosh! Seeing Zhuowen was forced to step back, the skeleton of the ape roared and stepped forward. It was extremely fast. It suddenly came in front of Zhuowen and punched out. Break! Taishang merciless! Zhuowen's eyes were cold. He punched out again. The Taishang dragon's shadow roared and burst out with a terrifying power. Crack! Suddenly, the skeleton of the ape was shattered into pieces under the power of Taishang merciless. Go! There are too many skeletons. We can't fight for too long. Looking at the countless skeletons behind him, Zhuowen's eyes changed slightly. He immediately used the law of the void to escape into the void, shaking off the countless skeletons behind him. However, the void of the second forbidden area was even stranger than the first. Zhuowen could only travel 50 meters in here. Moreover, the skeletons in the Bone Mountain were obviously much stronger than those at the foot of the mountain. Zhuowen had to use the power of law. In the end, he even merged the laws of ice and fire into the dark frost poison and 9 flames karmic fire. Boom! The combination of the two energies of ice and fire immediately created a huge ice and fire palace. Zhuowen carried the ice and fire palace and rushed to the top of the mountain like a hot knife through butter. Under the great power of the ice and fire palace, all the skeletons in the Bone Mountain were annihilated. Zhuowen jumped up and rushed to the top of the mountain. Boom! Zhuowen placed the ice and fire palace at the entrance of the mountain peak to suppress the countless skeletons below. He then walked to the tombstone. What a dense aura of death! Chapter 1437. The Bridge of Life and Death. Zhuowen stretched out his right hand and touched the surface of the tombstone. He felt a bone-chilling coldness coming from his palm. Zhuowen felt a chill in his body and even in the depths of his soul. The law of death? Zhuowen murmured. His eyes were filled with awe. The law of death was definitely a terrifying law. In this world, who didn't die? Even saints who had the same lifespan as the heavens and earth would die if the heavens and earth collapsed. As long as one was alive, they would eventually walk towards death. That was an inevitable process. It's not impossible to become a member of the kingdom of death. However, I want to become your king. As long as you submit to me, I will become a member of your kingdom of death. Zhuowen leaped up and stood on top of the tombstone. He looked down at the mountain of bones and the countless skeletons. His voice resounded like thunder. Silence. At this moment, the entire burial ground fell into silence. The surging skeletons all stopped moving and looked at the young man standing on the tombstone. If you want to become our king, the king of death, you have to die once. Do you dare? An ancient figure slowly walked out from the foot of the mountain of bones. This figure was also a skeleton, but this skeleton was golden in color. His body was stooped, like the skeleton of an old man. Although he walked with a stagger, he was extremely determined. The moment the golden skeleton walked over, the skeletons who weren't afraid of death lowered their heads and retreated to the side, making a path. This path led to the top of the mountain. The golden skeleton walked very slowly. He walked up step by step until he was in front of the palace of ice and fire. The golden skeleton raised his head. In his hollow eyes there was a pair of golden flames. He stared at Zhuowen and opened his mouth as if he was smiling. He said, "Young man, aren't you going to invite me to the top of the mountain?" Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. The aura of the golden skeleton was very vast. It gave Zhuowen a sense of danger. It's the skeleton of a saintly being. There was a saintly being who died in the second forbidden area? The mountain god murmured in surprise. A saintly body? But the aura on this golden skeleton seems to be even more vast than that Ling Xing and Hao Ji. Zhuowen said doubtfully. It's a great completion holy body. Generally speaking, those who can attain a great completion holy body will become mountain gods. Could he be? The mountain god seemed to have thought of something, and his voice suddenly stopped. Who is he? Zhuowen asked. So it's Lo's. This should be a strand of your soul, right? It seems that you've become the new mountain god of the 18th mountain. No wonder I thought so highly of you back then. The golden skeleton's gaze suddenly landed on Zhuowen's clothes. Its indifferent voice reverberated endlessly like an echo. He was the previous god of the 18th mountain, Lao Si. He once guided me in the cultivation of the holy body. He could be considered as half a teacher to me. However, 100 years ago, he risked everything and entered the 19th mountain in search of opportunities. Since then, there has been no news of him. I didn't expect him to enter the second forbidden area and leave behind only a skeleton. As Lo spoke, he shook his head and sighed. The previous god of the 18th mountain? Zhuowen asked curiously. Yes, Lo's is right. I was the previous god of the 18th mountain, Lao Si. Unfortunately, I broke through the first forbidden area and entered the second. In the end, I fell here. The law of this forbidden area is something that people from the upper realm can't touch at all. Once they touch it, they will die. Lao Si sighed softly. What? Senior Lao Si, are you saying that cultivators from the upper realm will never be able to successfully comprehend the law? Lo's eyes were filled with shock. In fact, when he was in the first forbidden area, he had already felt something. He had also followed Zhuowen and the Long Xiaotian to comprehend the barren law. However, in the end, he had gained nothing. He was even confused. This was also the reason why Lo's had planned to follow Zhuowen into the second forbidden area. Subconsciously, he thought that the barren law of the first forbidden area might not be suitable for him. Perhaps he could comprehend the law of the second forbidden area. However, Lao Si's words had hit the nail on the head. Lo's looked at Lao Si, who had turned into a skeleton, with a complicated gaze. He knew that Lao Si's mentality was similar to his before. He had worked hard to break into the first forbidden area, only to find that he could not comprehend the barren law. Therefore, he had entered the second forbidden area with a fluke heart, fantasizing that he might be able to successfully comprehend the law of the second forbidden area. However, in the end, he had fallen here and become a member of the burial ground. However, I am very curious. How did this kid with a quasi-holy body enter the second forbidden area? This is a bit of a miracle. Lao Si looked at Zhuowen with some surprise. Senior Lao Si, this kid is the 72nd successor of the Azure Dragon Hall. He has already obtained the barren law of the first forbidden area. This time, he came to obtain the death law of the second forbidden area, Lo said with some reverence. After all, Lao Si was half his teacher. Even if he had turned into a skeleton and his strength had been greatly reduced, he still respected the former successor. Lao Si's eyes suddenly burst with light. He laughed and said, I didn't expect you to be a successor. Since the first successor, no successor from the outside world has successfully entered the second forbidden area. You are the first. Perhaps you can really master the death law. What is your name? Lao Si asked. My name is Zhuowen. Zhuowen replied. Zhuowen, if you can grasp the laws of death, then you will be the benefactor of this burial ground. These skeletons are all creatures that died under the power of the laws of death. Furthermore, because of the laws of death, their souls cannot be reincarnated. They can only exist here for all eternity. That is simply torture. However, if you can master the death law, then you can remove the curse of death and release all the dead here. Lao Si suddenly bowed and said very humbly, Zhuowen, I hope you can help us. We are just victims of the death tombstones. Help us. In the burial ground, countless skeletons knelt on one knee, their voices full of reverence. They had been trapped in the burial ground for too long. They wanted to be free. They no longer wanted to experience the feeling of living a life worse than death. I came here for the death law. Even if you didn't ask, I would have done it. Zhuowen waved his right hand and took back the Icefire Palace. He did not feel any hostility from Lao Si. Moreover, the latter was the former 18th mountain god, so he let down his guard. Lao Si slowly walked to Zhuowen's side and said gratefully, "Zhuowen, thank you very much. Whether you succeed or fail, we are all very grateful to you. Senior Lao Si, you have come into contact with the death law. If I want to comprehend this law, what do I have to do?" The death law was very strange. Zhuowen could only feel the surrounding death qi, but he could not feel the power of the death law. The power of the law is in the death tombstones. If you want to feel it, you have to touch the death imprint with your hand. Back then, I came into contact with the death imprint, and then directly fell into my current undead appearance. Lao Si's voice was somewhat bitter as he continued, "Although you are an inheritor, you have to be careful when touching the death imprint. The death law has the ability to summon the dead to become undead, but it also has the power to make the living lose their vitality and fall into death." "I see. Then I'll give it a try." Zhuowen pondered for a moment, then immediately walked to the death tombstones. He stretched out his right hand and placed it on the death imprint in the center of the tombstones. This power? Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He could clearly feel a strong sense of death wrapping around his body and penetrating deep into his soul. Then, his vision turned black and he lost consciousness. At this moment, Zhuowen still maintained the posture of his right hand touching the death imprint. His eyes were closed and he was motionless. "What's wrong with Zhuowen?" The mountain god, who was on his lapel, was shocked and looked at the golden skeleton in confusion. "Lows, don't worry. Now Zhuowen should be trapped in the death tombstone space. There is the real death law there. When I first entered, I was repelled by the death law there. The death law is definitely much more terrifying than the desolation law in the first forbidden area. In the first forbidden area, the desolation law couldn't do anything to me with the tenacity of my great success divine body. However, the death law directly turned me into an undead that is neither human nor ghost." The golden skeleton's eyes flickered, and his expression was full of loneliness. Obviously, he was still brooding about dying under the death law. "I hope Zhuowen can truly master the death law. If he fails, he can only become a member of this burial ground." Lao Si sighed softly. "I hope so." Lo shrank in Zhuowen's lapel and said worriedly. Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. Soon after, he discovered that he was in a dark space. In the air above this dark space, there was a huge skull floating in the air. The skull hung high in the sky and emitted a lustrous brilliance, bringing a trace of light to the dark space. "This is... what happened to me?" Suddenly, Zhuowen abruptly discovered that his hands and feet were actually white bones. His original flesh was gone, and when he swung them, they emitted crisp, creaking sound. "I turned into a skeleton?" Zhuowen said to himself in horror. However, he quickly calmed down. He looked around and found that there was nothing but darkness around him. "There is a bridge over there?" Suddenly, Zhuowen's gaze stopped in the northeast direction. There was a long bridge over there, and under the long bridge was a stream. "Let's go and take a look." Zhuowen quickly walked toward the long bridge. However, he found that after turning into a skeleton, his movements were extremely stiff and his footsteps became very slow. It took him about 4 hours to reach the long bridge. Life and death bridge, life or death. You have to choose life or death. Chapter 1438. Comprehending the law of death. The other side of the bridge was a scene full of vitality. There were all kinds of living beings there, a stark contrast to Zhuowen's side. Zhuowen's side was filled with a dense aura of death. It was pitch black and there were no signs of life. It was clear that the two sides of the bridge represented life and death. They represented two different concepts of life and death. Life, you can coexist with all living things and obtain vitality. Death, you will become a fallen undead, accompanied by loneliness and death. Life, you can obtain everything. Death, you may lose everything. Cross the other shore and obtain life. You will be reborn. Or you may continue to fall in this kingdom of death. The majestic voice reverberated in this space. It was so loud that even the apathetic could hear it. It echoed in Zhuowen's ears. Life or death? Zhuowen looked at the bones in his hands. His eyes were filled with the desire to live. It was an instinctive pursuit. He was made of flesh and blood. He feared death and longed for life. Life. Zhuowen stepped forward and walked towards the other side of the bridge. His footsteps became faster and faster. When he reached the center of the bridge, flesh and blood began to grow on his feet. Then, from his feet to his thighs, the flesh and blood began to fill out. Then, from his abdomen to his chest, when it reached his head, Zhuowen's pupils shrank. My purpose here is to comprehend the law of death, not to obtain life, Zhuowen murmured. Then, he retracted his head and his right foot. He returned to the other side of death. The flesh and blood that had grown out transformed into bones under the pervasive aura of death. Death, Zhuowen's eyes were blurred. He sat on the other side of death and sensed the dense aura of death around him. Time gradually passed, minute by minute. Zhuowen sometimes sat, sometimes stood, sometimes ran, sometimes remained silent. 1 year, 10 years, 20 years, time passed extremely quickly. However, in this space of death, time was meaningless to Zhuowen. He had no idea how much time had passed. True death should be returning to one's essence and returning to one's original state. Or perhaps nothing exists anymore. All of a sudden, Zhuowen's eyes shone brightly. Shortly after, the entire kingdom of death started to boil as dense death energy started to spread out. The bridge of life and death doesn't need to exist. Here, death reigns supreme. Zhuowen suddenly stood up and took a step forward, arriving at the center of the bridge of life and death. Immediately, the death energy on the other side began to surge and rush towards the bridge of life. On the other side of the bridge of life and death, countless creatures began to tremble in fear. In the face of death, all living beings had a deep sense of reverence. It could be said that all living beings were afraid of death. Even the high and mighty saints were the same. It wasn't death that chose me, but I chose death. I want to be above death. Zhuowen's eyes revealed a look of enlightenment. Then, the billowing death energy behind him rushed out like countless tentacles and instantly shrouded the bridge of life and death. On the other side of the bridge of life and death, the billowing death energy also spread. The countless creatures there all had ashen faces. Under the death energy, they didn't last long before they completely died. Death is the essence of everything, Zhuowen murmured in a low voice. In this space of death, he walked slowly and leisurely. Countless death energy lingered around him, making him look like the grim reaper of hell. At the burial ground, at the peak of the Bone Mountain, Zhuowen was still holding the tombstone of death with his right hand. He was motionless like a statue. Lawrence, in his golden skeleton form, sat cross-legged not far from the tombstone of death, quietly looking at Zhuowen. Not only him, but the other dead souls around also looked up and stared at the young man. Whether they could escape or not depended on whether this young man could comprehend the law of death. It's been 50 years. I wonder what Zhuowen has experienced in the tombstone of death? Lawrence frowned. I hope this young man can comprehend the law of death. Loza's soul shrank into Zhuowen's lapel, looking a little gloomy. Ever since Lawrence told him that the people of the upper realm couldn't comprehend the law, he had been in this state. This time, he followed Zhuowen into the forbidden area with the main purpose of comprehending the law. Now that his wish was shattered, he was naturally extremely disappointed. Boom! Suddenly, under the gaze of everyone, the tombstone of death on the peak of the mountain began to tremble violently. A strong death energy spewed out and rushed into the sky. Within the death aura there was an extremely powerful law energy. This law was the law of death. Plop, plop. The moment the death energy rushed into the sky, countless dead souls at the foot of the Bone Mountain knelt on the ground, their eyes full of fear. The law of death was an existence that they dared not defy. Although it was the former that caused them to become like this, their fear was greater than their anger. After the death energy rushed into the sky, it fell from the sky and poured into Zhuowen's Tianling acupoint. Waves of death energy surrounded Zhuowen, causing Zhuowen's figure to be faintly discernible. The law of death has infused into his body. Zhuowen has succeeded. Lawrence stood up abruptly, his eyes full of surprise. He was so excited that his whole body was trembling. Finally, after 100 years of loneliness in the burial ground, he finally had a chance to leave this place. Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. With a bang, the death energy around him collapsed and was annihilated, revealing his slender figure. Zhuowen clenched his hands. His eyes were faintly gray. In the depths of his pupils, the mark of death was surging and circulating continuously. At this moment, the death energy that permeated Zhuowen's body shocked even Lawrence. Half-saint, the power of the law of death has raised my cultivation to the half-saint realm in one fell swoop. I'm not far from becoming a saint, Zhuowen muttered to himself excitedly. King. All the undead lowered their heads and respectfully knelt before Zhuowen. Zhuowen had comprehended the law of death and could already dictate the fate of these undead. None of the undead dared to disrespect him. At the same time, they all had a trace of expectation. They hoped that Zhuowen could free them from this undead body and return to reincarnation. King, pity your people. They have guarded the law of death for countless years. They have been lonely for too long. I only hope that you can free them and let them truly die. Lawrence also knelt on the ground and said sincerely, I will do what I promised you. Zhuowen nodded and immediately clenched his right hand. Countless amounts of death energy swept out and formed a huge skeleton shadow behind him. The skeleton shadow floated in the sky and looked down at the countless undead in the burial ground. The pressure of a superior being made many undead breathless. Do you really want to free yourselves and end the lives of the undead? Zhuowen asked indifferently. King, we don't want to live in this state of being neither human nor ghost. We want to truly die. The undead knelt on the ground and said sincerely. Zhuowen didn't say anything else. He pressed down with his right hand, and the huge skeleton phantom behind him suddenly howled. A strange suction force swept out, and the countless undead in the burial ground all rushed out with a black brilliance and poured into the skeleton phantom. Without the black brilliance, the countless undead skeletons turned into dust and disappeared in the wind. Lawrence, what about you? Zhuowen suddenly turned his head and stared at the golden skeleton not far away. King, can you take me out to have a look? I haven't been back to the 18th mountain for a long time. I want to see the scenery of the 18th mountain again. This is my last wish. Lawrence smiled bitterly. Follow me. I'll take you out to the 18th mountain. Zhuowen nodded. Thank you, King. Lawrence bowed. Let's go. It's time to leave here. Zhuowen suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked at the sky of the burial ground, where a beam of light appeared. He had comprehended the power of laws of the two forbidden areas, and the task of the upper realm had been completely completed. He was now qualified to refine the Azure Dragon Palace. However, Zhuowen knew that the upper realm was much larger than the Pang Great World, and there were many secrets he had not explored. Whether it was the remaining 4 forbidden areas of the 6 forbidden areas or the mysterious first mountain god, he had never explored them. However, Zhuowen still had a lot of time to continue exploring. As long as he refined the Azure Dragon Palace, he could freely enter and exit the 3 heavens and earth. The next time he entered the upper realm, he could try to break through the remaining 4 forbidden areas. Perhaps the remaining 4 forbidden areas are more difficult. If I don't have enough strength, I'm afraid the chances of dying are very high. It's better to be cautious. Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. Suddenly, a beam of light enveloped him, and Zhuowen pulled Lawrence. Suddenly, the two disappeared from the burial ground. On the shore of the 19th mountain, a white beam of light appeared, and Juan and Lawrence's figures gradually appeared. "We're out," Juan said with a sigh of relief. The forbidden areas were indeed very dangerous. Juan had been tense inside. Now that he was out, he was slightly relieved. "Juan!" Suddenly, a voice was heard. Juan turned his head and saw Long Xiaotian walking slowly toward him with excitement in his eyes. "You really entered the second forbidden area and successfully comprehended the law of the second forbidden area?" Long Xiaotian grinned. However, his attention soon fell on the golden skeleton beside Juan. He said, It's a long story. Let's go back to the 18th mountain first and talk on the way." Juan shook his head. Long Xiaotian had no objection, and the group left the 19th mountain. Along the way, Juan also told Long Xiaotian everything that happened in the second forbidden area. The latter was quite amazed. Chapter 1439. Lawrence's gift. The trio crossed the fearsome beast ocean and soon arrived at the 18th mountain. Juan and Long Xiaotian were familiar with each other, thus they did not encounter any obstacles when they arrived at the 18th mountain. However, Lawrence, the golden skeleton behind the two of them, attracted the attention of many cultivators on the 18th mountain. Everyone turned to look at him. "Let's go. Senior Mountain God is waiting for you at the peak." At the foot of the mountain, the two sacred fleshes, Hao Ji and Ling Xing, stood quietly. Their gazes were fixed on Juan and Long Xiaotian with astonished and strange looks. Previously, Mountain God Loz had suddenly appeared at the peak of the mountain and asked them to welcome Juan and Long Xiaotian. They were shocked at first, as they knew that Juan and Long Xiaotian had teamed up to explore the forbidden area of the 19th mountain a few decades ago. The forbidden area of the 19th mountain was considered a forbidden area. For many years, none of the cultivators who had entered it had ever come out. Most of them had died inside. Initially, when they learned that the duo had come for the 19th mountain, they assumed that Juan and Long Xiaotian were already dead in their eyes. The notoriety of the 19th mountain was well known in the entire fearsome Demon Sea. Almost everyone knew about it. Those who entered the 19th mountain would never be able to leave. When the mountain god asked them to welcome Juan and Long Xiaotian, they were still in a daze, or rather, they could not believe it. Only when they arrived at the foot of the mountain and saw Juan and Long Xiaotian did Ling Xing and Hao Ji truly believe this fact. Juan nodded and followed Long Xiaotian and Lawrence to the peak of the mountain. Loz's divine spirit was with him. He already knew that Loz's true form was waiting for him at the peak of the 18th mountain. As he watched Juan and Long Xiaotian walk past him, Hao Ji could not help but ask, "Have you guys really made it out of the 19th mountain? Now that we're back on the 18th mountain, what do you think?" Juan's footsteps paused. He did not turn his head around. After uttering a sentence, he continued to walk towards the mountain top. Hao Ji was stunned. Soon after, he exchanged glances with Ling Xing before following closely behind. "Juan." When he arrived at the second level, a voice sounded. The tone of the voice contained doubt, surprise, and complicated emotions. Juan turned his head and saw that not far from the second level, many emperor physiques had gathered together and were looking in his direction. Their eyes were all filled with reverence. Ling Xing and Hao Ji were the two powerful saint physiques of the 18th mountain. This was a well-known fact in the 18th mountain. However, at this moment, these two saint physiques were actually following behind Juan and Long Xiaotian. It was as if they were being suppressed. This caused many emperor physiques to be inexplicably surprised. "Louis C., don't speak nonsense. Even Ling Xing and Hao Ji have to be careful around those two. You must have mistaken them for someone else." An older emperor physique beside Louis C. hurriedly covered Louis C.'s mouth. His expression was extremely nervous, and he kept nodding and bowing to Juan. He was afraid that Juan would be angry. "Louis C." Looking at the panicked young man, Juan smiled slightly. He walked up to Louis C. and placed his right hand on his shoulder. "You really do know this, Lord?" The Emperor Physique, who covered Louis C's mouth, hurriedly took a few steps back. His eyes were filled with reverence as he muttered in a low voice. The other Emperor Physiques also looked at Louis C in surprise. A person who could be treated so carefully by Leng Xing and Hao Ji was definitely not a simple character. In their eyes, this person was at least a big shot. However, such a big shot actually knew Louis C. This made many Emperor Physiques look at Louis C in a new light. Louis C's face flushed red. He revealed a flattered expression and said, "I didn't think it would really be you, Zhuowen." Zhuowen nodded slightly. After chatting with Louis C for a while, he left the second level. After Zhuowen and the others left, countless Emperor Physiques surrounded Louis C and asked him all sorts of questions. In an instant, Louis C became the center of everyone's attention. Louis C was not used to this, but he felt a little smug. At some point in time, the divine might on the platform on the mountain peak had completely disappeared. In the center of the platform, a muscular figure slowly walked over. This figure was very tall. He was at least 3 meters tall. His entire body was overflowing with golden light. He was like a small sun that could not be looked at directly. Moreover, this person was bald and wore a black windbreaker. When Zhuowen and the others arrived at the peak of the mountain, this figure slowly turned around and looked at Zhuowen and the others with a smile. The 18th mountain god? Zhuowen looked directly at this bald man and immediately guessed his identity. The latter laughed and nodded, generously admitting it. After interacting with each other on the 19th mountain, Zhuowen and the 18th mountain god's relationship had become very harmonious. After returning this time, the 18th mountain god welcomed them with his true body. Senior Louis C. Liao C quickly arrived in front of the golden skeleton and bowed respectfully. Leng Xing and Hao Ji were inexplicably shocked by this scene. Liao C was the mountain god of their 18th mountain. His status was transcendent, and it had always been others who bowed to him. Now, he was actually bowing to a golden skeleton. It was unbelievable. This golden skeleton's name is Louis C. Could it be the previous mountain god of the 18th mountain? Leng Xing and Hao Ji looked at each other. They quickly remembered that the previous mountain god of the 18th mountain was called Louis C. Coupled with Loz's respectful attitude, the identity of the golden skeleton in front of them was obvious. After Master Louis C entered the 19th mountain 100 years ago, he never came out. Could it be that Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian brought him out this time? Leng Xing asked with a complicated look. Louis C waved his hand and said, "Loz, you are too polite. Now that I have become like this, how can I accept your bow?" Loz shook his head and said, "Senior Louis C, you personally guided me in cultivating the divine body and imparted a lot of experience to me. That is why I finally broke through the divine body by chance. You are half my teacher. It is natural for you to accept my bow. Senior Louis C, you only need to say one word, and Loz will immediately give the position of mountain god to you." Hiss hiss hiss. Leng Xing and Hao Ji both sucked in a breath of cold air and repeatedly said that it absolutely could not be done. As for Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian, their minds were shaken. This Liao C was really bold to actually be willing to give up the position of mountain god. "Liao C, I appreciate your kindness. However, I'm currently living in the form of an undead. I won't be able to live for long after leaving the boneyard. Right now, I can only barely move by relying on Zhuowen's law of death. I will not accept the position of mountain god." Louis C shook his head and flatly refused. Liao C was startled, but he didn't insist. Just as Lao C had said, he was now just a skeleton and his strength had been greatly reduced. Even if he inherited the might of the mountain god, the others of the 18th mountain wouldn't agree. After all, the position of mountain god had always been inherited by the strongest person on the 18th mountain. Otherwise, it would not be enough to convince the others. "Zhuowen, can you accompany me on a tour of the 18th mountain?" Louis C. suddenly turned his head and looked at Zhuowen. The golden flames in his eyes became extremely hot. Zhuowen was stunned, and then he nodded and said, "Then I'll accompany Senior for a stroll." "Haha, thank you." This time, Zhuowen took Louis C. on a tour of the 18th mountain. Zhuowen's body had the aura of the law of death, and Louis C. was in the state of an undead. The latter could not be too far away from Zhuowen, or he would vanish. This was also why Louis C. asked Zhuowen to accompany him on a tour of the 18th mountain. "I used to cultivate step by step from the first level. The village I came from was called Rinqing Village. It was a very small village." As they walked, Louis C. began to talk about his past. Zhuowen listened quietly with a serious expression. Louis C.'s past was not thrilling. He cultivated step by step from a humble place. Although his talent was not the strongest, he was the most hard-working person on the 18th mountain. He always believed that if one's talent was not good enough, they could make up for it with hard work. In the end, Louis C. reached the peak of the 18th mountain and defeated all his competitors to become the new mountain god. At this point, Louis C.'s lips curled into a smile. Although he was now in the form of a skeleton, Zhuowen could still feel that Louis C. was smiling. "Little friend Zhuowen, thank you for bringing me out of the burial ground and accompanying me to see the scenery of the 18th mountain again. I have already fulfilled one of my wishes. Now it is time for me to repay you." Louis C. suddenly turned his head and stared at Zhuowen with a pair of eyes burning with golden flames. His golden arm bone rested on the latter's shoulder. "Senior Louis C. you." Zhuowen was stunned and involuntarily took a few steps back. "Don't be afraid. I am now in the state of the dead. My life has ended a long time ago, but I can still help you a little. You are now in the realm of a quasi-holy body. If you don't have enough opportunities, it will be very difficult to break through to the holy body. I have a great holy body. Although I am only a skeleton now, I can still help you." Louis C.'s words rang in Zhuowen's ears. This made Zhuowen relax. He sighed and said, "Senior Louis C., why are you doing this? Now I have nothing to worry about. Little friend, you have helped me so much. This is my gift to you." After he finished speaking, Zhuowen was surprised to find that Louis C.'s golden skeleton began to gradually integrate into Zhuowen's body. First, it was his hands, then his feet, and then his body. Moreover, Zhuowen discovered that as Louis C.'s skeleton integrated into his body, the bones in his body began to change. The pure white color gradually transformed into a golden color. A terrifying and powerful pressure burst out from Zhuowen's body. "Little friend Zhuowen, thank you. I hope that my incomplete body will be of some help to you." Louis C.'s voice gradually weakened. Finally, the golden skull slowly approached Zhuowen's face and integrated into Zhuowen's head. Boom! Chapter 1440. Saintly body. At that moment, Zhuowen's entire body was covered in golden light. Even his bones had transformed into a golden color. Zhuowen's aura grew stronger and stronger. It was like a ferocious beast that kept surging out. Boom! The golden light that erupted from Zhuo Jingwen's body rushed into the clouds, almost piercing through the sky. The enormous 18th mountain began to tremble violently, shocking all the living beings on the mountain. What a huge tremor! What happened to the 18th mountain? In the mountain, countless cultivators were shocked. They could feel an extremely powerful and terrifying saint might in the golden light. Is this the movement of a saintly body? Someone has broken through to the saintly body. On the mountain peak, Loza's expression changed slightly. He took a step forward and rushed toward the source of the golden light. Not only Liao Si, but Long Xiaotian, Leng Xing, and Hao Ji also followed closely behind and flew out one after another. Soon, the four of them arrived at the mountainside where Zhuowen was. They saw Zhuowen standing in the same place, looking up at the sky. He was motionless like a statue. Zhuowen has broken through to the saintly body. Loz and the other three looked at each other with different expressions. Some were surprised, some were confused, and some were confused. especially Lo's. He knew that Zhuowen hadn't been a quasi-saintly body for long. It was shocking and even impossible for him to break through again in such a short time. Could it be Senior Lawrence? Lo's looked around and didn't see Lawrence. His pupils shrank as if he had thought of something. Zhuowen's breakthrough to the saintly body caused a huge commotion. The entire 18th mountain shook. Even the fearsome beast sea within dozens of miles of the mountain kept surging, creating huge waves. Under the surging saintly aura, countless body cultivators on the 18th mountain trembled. Some even lay on the ground and didn't dare to move. Rumble! Suddenly, golden auspicious clouds condensed in the sky. Countless powerful golden lightning surged in the auspicious clouds. They were like golden pythons that intertwined with each other. It's the golden lightning. This is the thunder tribulation unique to the saintly body. It's terrifying. Lo's looked very serious. Long Xiaotian, Ling Xing, and Hao Ji also looked serious. Even Long Xiaotian knew how terrifying the golden lightning was, let alone Ling Xing and Hao. When Zhuowen found the golden thunder bamboo in the first forbidden area, the thunder tribulation was the thunder tribulation's thunder tribulation. Thunder tribulation. And thunder tribulation lightning. Thunder tribulation lightning. Thunder tribulation lightning. Was thunder tribulation? Thunder tribulation. Not to mention the ninth order monarch body, even a quasi-saint body like Long Xiaotian would be instantly annihilated into ashes if he was subjected to such a terrifying thunder tribulation. Thinking of this, Long Xiaotian could not help but worry about Zhuowen's safety. Hopefully, Zhuowen will be able to safely survive this tribulation, Long Xiaotian muttered in a low voice. Senior Lo's, Zhuowen looked at his hands, then raised his head and stared at the golden lightning that had begun to surge in the sky. His eyes were filled with a soaring fighting spirit. I won't let your gift go to waste. As he spoke, Zhuowen soared into the sky. His entire body was overflowing with golden light. He looked like a small sun, extremely dazzling and blazing. Boom! Boom! Zhuowen punched out, and a violent power spread out in all directions. Then, the space in front of Zhuowen directly collapsed. The fist wind whistled, and there was the sound of dragons and phoenixes. It was extremely loud. The golden lightning descended and spread all over Zhuowen's body. Then, Zhuowen was blasted down from the sky by the powerful lightning power, like a meteorite falling from the sky. Bang! Zhuowen smashed into the mountainside of the 18th mountain. Gravel flew in all directions, forming a human-shaped crater. Zhuowen! Long Xiaotian shouted worriedly. Just as he was about to go over and help, an arm stretched out from the crater. Then, Zhuowen jumped out. He was unscathed. His body was shining with golden light. What a terrifying physical body! He is unscathed under the power of such dense and terrifying golden lightning. Ling Xing and Hao Ji's faces changed. They knew how terrifying the power of the golden lightning was. They had experienced it before. Moreover, the golden thunder catastrophe that Zhuowen had encountered was much stronger than what the two of them had faced before. Under such dense golden thunder, the two of them, who had second-rate holy bodies, could have been injured. However, Zhuowen was not injured at all. This was indeed incredible. Fight! 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 Zhuowen shouted loudly. He bounced off the ground and leaped 30 kilometers into the sky, brazenly welcoming the golden lightning that ceaselessly suffused the sky. Boom! 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 The golden lightning fell again and again. It was like a baptism that permeated Zhuowen's body. Although Zhuowen was smashed to the ground by the golden lightning, the golden light on his body became more and more intense. The surface of his body was as smooth as a mirror, and the aura on his body became more and more terrifying. Finally, the last golden lightning fell from the golden clouds in the sky. This golden lightning was in the shape of a human. Its body was covered with golden lightning. As soon as it landed, the golden lightning figure suddenly fell, setting off a terrifying wind. Zhuowen wasn't afraid at all. He stood his ground, and when the golden figure arrived in front of him, Zhuowen let out a loud shout and punched out. Boom! The golden lightning figure also punched out. Countless golden lightning bolts swept out. Then, Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He was suddenly sent flying and heavily smashed to the ground. This golden lightning figure is terrifying. Zhuowen was shocked. Just as he was about to make his next move, the golden lightning figure swept over again. Its violent attacks fell on Zhuowen like a storm. The golden lightning rumbled and rolled. Fire! Zhuowen immediately opened the Eye of Fire. The law of fire covered his body. Together with the power of the divine body, he punched out again. In an instant, endless flames spread out. The surrounding hundreds of miles turned into a sea of fire. Bang! 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 Under this punch, the golden lightning figure actually began to retreat a few steps. Ice! Zhuowen followed up with another attack. He opened the Eye of Ice. The law of ice spread around his body. Suddenly, ice and fire formed a red and blue cycle in his body. It was like a ring-shaped river. Boom! Zhuowen punched out again. The power of the law of ice and fire was unleashed to the extreme in this punch. In the fist wind, a huge shadow of the ice and fire palace was formed. Boom! 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 The golden lightning figure retreated dozens of steps. He staggered and his body was unsteady. It was as if he was about to fall. This kid has the law of ice and fire in his body. He's so strong. The mountain god Lo's pupils shrank. He knew that Zhuowen had comprehended the law of desolation and the law of death on the 19th mountain. Now, he was displaying the law of ice and fire. In other words, Zhuowen had a total of 4 law powers. This was indeed terrifying. 9 flames, karmic fire, dark frost, poison. Zhuowen's eyes flashed. He immediately summoned the 9 flames, karmic fire, and dark frost, poison. These 2 energies merged into Zhuowen's body. In an instant, 9 alternating colors appeared on Zhuowen's body. Among the 9 colors, there was a faint trace of black light. Whoosh! The moment Zhuowen summoned the 2 energies, he punched out one last time. The 9 flames, karmic fire, and dark frost, poison merged in Zhuowen's fist. With a punch, a huge ice and fire palace fell from the sky and smashed onto the golden lightning figure. Boom! The moment the ice and fire palace fell, countless golden lightning filled the air. The golden lightning figure was pressed to the ground and struggled. Zhuowen jumped up and landed on the top of the palace. Immediately, he stomped his right foot. Suddenly, the pressure of the ice and fire palace rose to a terrifying level. The entire 19th mountain shook. At this point, the golden lightning at the bottom of the palace finally disappeared. It was obvious that the golden lightning figure had been annihilated by this attack. He only has a small success divine body, but he has such terrifying strength. This Zhuowen is terrifying. Ling Xing and Hao Zhi's hearts trembled. Their mouths were slightly open, and they fell into a daze. Boom! As the ice and fire palace gradually disappeared, Zhuowen jumped down. His body was overflowing with golden light, as if he was gilded. It was extremely dazzling. Zhuowen's mind moved, and the golden light on the surface of his body gradually disappeared. He returned to normal. Whoosh! Lo's came before Zhuowen and said with a complicated look, "Senior Lawrence gave his only saint bone to you, right?" Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a trace of sadness. He nodded and said, "You are right. Senior Lawrence is the reason why I broke through to the divine body." If Lawrence had not passed his saint bone to Zhuowen, causing Zhuowen's bones to transform, it would have been impossible for Zhuowen to break through to the divine body so quickly. Liao Si shook his head and sighed. "This is also your opportunity. Senior Lao Si is now a ghost that is neither human nor ghost. With the dignity of his great success holy body, he will naturally not continue to live in the world as a ghost. He gave you the holy bone to repay your kindness. In the upper world, Zhuowen stayed for a few days before saying goodbye to the 18th mountain god, Lo's. Perhaps it was because of Lawrence and the fact that he had entered the 19th mountain, but Liao Ci's attitude toward Zhuowen was much better than before. He even promised that if Zhuowen ever encountered any difficulties in the outside world, he would definitely bring the cultivators of the 18th mountain to help him. "Zhuowen, where are you going now?" Long Xiaotian asked. "Let's go back to the Panic Great World first. Then I will return to the square of the Azure Dragon Palace. The task in the upper world has been completed, and I am now qualified to refine the Azure Dragon Palace," Zhuowen said with shining eyes. "Well, let's go back to the Panic Great World first." Long Xiaotian had no objection. Immediately, the two of them turned into two streamers and went back to the entrance to the upper world, which was the ruins floating on the fierce demon sea. With the help of the ruins, they landed in the Panic Great World. The law of heaven and earth does not exist in the upper world. "Zhuowen, how do you plan to settle the Ryuka?" Long Xiaotian asked in the ruins. "I will bring the indestructible divine body back to Ryuka and let everyone in the clan cultivate it. Then I will select the 9th-level Emperor Realm warriors and bring them to the square outside the Azure Dragon Palace to comprehend the law of heaven and earth." Chapter 1441. Resting Palace. In the extreme north of the panicked Great World, there was a figure sitting cross-legged on a glacier, cultivating silently. "Without the laws of heaven and earth, my cultivation will forever remain at the invincible sovereign master level." Sigh. The protector sighed softly. At the same time, he thought of Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian. He continued, "Those two probably wanted to barge into the upper realm's forbidden zone. I'm afraid they're doomed, or perhaps they've already died in the upper realm's forbidden zone." Whoosh whoosh. As soon as the protector finished speaking, two sonic booms rang out. Then, two figures with terrifying auras descended from the sky and smashed into the icy plains. "We've arrived at the panicked Great World. Let's go to Ryuka," the younger of the two said. Then, the two turned into two streams of light and disappeared before the protector's eyes. These two returned from the upper realm? Could they have barged into the forbidden zone? That's not right. These two must be like me. They're afraid of death and don't dare to barge into the forbidden zone. They've been assigned and can't leave the Azure Dragon Hall forever. The protector came back to his senses and muttered to himself in disbelief. Although he said that, his heart was trembling. This was because he clearly discovered that the auras of Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian were much stronger than when they went to the upper realm. This was his sharp intuition toward the strong. Could it be that the two of them really completed the upper realm's mission? In other words, that Zhuowen already has the qualifications to refine the Azure Dragon Hall. No, I have to ask that Zhuowen properly. With that, the protector took a step forward and disappeared from the icy plains. The Azure Dragon Hall had a total of 72 successors. Apart from him, all the previous successors had died in the upper realm's forbidden zone. Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian were the second to come out of the upper realm after him. He didn't dare to enter the forbidden zone because he was afraid of death. He was determined to have failed the mission and was trapped in the Azure Dragon Hall. Although he subconsciously believed that Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian should be the same as him, escaping because they were afraid of death. However, it was an indisputable fact that their auras had increased tremendously after they came out. If they had failed the mission, it was impossible for their cultivation to increase by so much. Therefore, he had to get to the bottom of this. Before they entered the Black Dragon City, Zhuowen had already informed the Ryuka upper echelons of the Ryuka Empire. Therefore, when the two of them entered the city, the upper echelons of the Ryuka Empire had already come out to greet them. His aura was so powerful that it attracted the attention of many warriors in the Black Dragon City. They knew that the person the Long family was welcoming this time was a big shot. After Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian arrived, The upper echelons of the Long family welcomed them into the Black Dragon Tower with great enthusiasm. In the hall, Zhuo Xiangding sat at the head of the table. Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian sat on either side of him. The rest of the Ryuka members sat in the other seats, including Long Xiaotian. Grandfather, I have already completed the mission of the Azure Dragon Hall's third heaven. Next, I need to refine the Azure Dragon Hall, Zhuowen said. When he said this, the Ryuka upper echelons in the hall were overjoyed. They naturally knew something about the Azure Dragon Hall. They were in the Azure Dragon Hall. Furthermore, the Azure Dragon Hall was a powerful immortal saint artifact. It was something that many powerful people wanted to obtain. Previously, Zhuowen was not qualified to refine the Azure Dragon Hall because he was too weak. Now that he had completed the mission assigned by the Azure Dragon Taoist, he could finally refine such a powerful immortal saint artifact. This was a joyous occasion for the Ryuka. Father, you can stay in the panicked Great World while I refine the Azure Dragon Hall. At the same time, you can pass the indestructible divine body to some good seedlings in the clan. The body cultivation technique doesn't have a high requirement for talent, but it has an extremely high requirement for willpower. If a warrior with a weak willpower were to practice the myriad Tao indestructible divine body, the effect might not be very great. Zhuowen turned to look at Long Xiaotian. The latter nodded slightly and said, "Don't worry, I will pass down the indestructible divine body. I hope that some good seedlings will emerge. In the future, when we face the Blue Dragon Hall, this will definitely be a trump card." Zhuowen discussed the next plan with everyone, including the 9 Underworld Conference that was about to be held in the 9 Underworld realm. It is said that Saint Luck will appear in the 9 Underworld Conference. Zhuowen, you happen to be stuck at the bottleneck of the Sage realm. Perhaps the Saint Luck will be of great help to you. However, you have already exposed the Azure Dragon Hall, a immortal saint artifact. I am afraid that the entire 9 Underworld realm already knows about you. If you participate in the 9 Underworld Conference openly, I am afraid that it will be somewhat inappropriate. Long Xiaotian suddenly raised the doubts in his heart and said worriedly, "Father, don't worry. I have the 100 transformation technique and can freely hide my aura and appearance. Now that I am a sage-to-be and have practiced the 100 transformation technique to the point of perfection, I am afraid that even heavenly saints will find it difficult to spy on me." Zhuowen waved his hand and said with a smile, "In that case, that's the best. However, you still have to be careful. After you refine the Azure Dragon Hall preliminarily, you should be able to shrink it and put it in the spiritual ring. If you are in any danger, immediately release the Azure Dragon Hall and summon our Ryuka," Long Xiaotian said cautiously. Zhuowen grinned and said with a warm feeling in his heart, "Father, I understand. I will take my leave now." After bidding farewell to everyone in the hall, Zhuowen planned to leave the Black Dragon City. However, as soon as he stepped out of the Black Dragon Tower, he saw an uninvited guest. "Why are you looking for me?" Zhuowen looked indifferently at the guardian in front of him and asked. The guardian frowned and asked, "Have you passed the mission of the upper realm?" Zhuowen looked indifferent and said, "What does this have to do with you?" The guardian's face froze and then he said gloomily, "You must be afraid to enter the forbidden area, right? Now you are acting all high and mighty in front of me." Zhuowen was too lazy to pay attention to the guardian. He took a step forward and planned to leave this place. "Don't go. Make it clear first," the protector shouted as he stood in front of Zhuowen. "You are so annoying." Zhuowen was a little impatient and punched out lightly. Seeing Zhuowen's punch, the guardian snorted coldly. The law of lightning covered the surface of his fist and punched out. Boom. Then, the guardian was shocked to discover that Zhuowen's casual punch had directly annihilated his law of lightning and landed heavily on his fist. Bang! The guardian spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. He crashed to the ground and curled up in pain. "Don't bother me in the future, and don't step into Ryuka again," Otherwise I will kill you. Zhuowen looked down at the guardian coldly and then disappeared into thin air. The guardian struggled to stand up, and his eyes were full of sadness. He sighed and left the Black Dragon City. Although Zhuowen didn't tell him the answer, he already knew because Zhuowen's strength had increased by more than 1 or 2 times. This boy must have obtained an incredible opportunity in the upper realm's forbidden zone. Otherwise, his strength wouldn't have increased so quickly. After leaving the panicked Great World, Zhuowen came to the square of the Azure Dragon Palace. He took out the Azure Dragon token and summoned the Phantom of the Azure Dragon Taoist. Congratulations, you have completed the task of the third heaven. The reward for this task is very simple. You have the qualification to refine the Azure Dragon Palace. Once you successfully refine the Azure Dragon Palace, the other areas of the Azure Dragon Palace will be open to you, such as the Elixir Room, the Cultivation Technique Pavilion, the Treasure Vault, and so on. You are qualified to enter all of them, but whether you can get good things from them depends on your ability. The Azure Dragon Taoist looked down at Zhuowen and waved the horsetail whisk in his hand. The scene at the end of the square suddenly changed and 4 palaces appeared. Among them, there was the Elixir Room with a strong medicinal aura, the Cultivation Technique Pavilion with a sharp aura, and the Treasure Vault with jewelry. In the middle of these 3 palaces there was another palace. The area of this palace was obviously much smaller than the other 3 palaces, but the aura of this palace was much stronger than the other 3 palaces. Looking at these 4 palaces, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a blazing light and his breathing became heavy. These were the true treasures of the Azure Dragon Palace. There were probably treasures that the Azure Dragon Taoist had accumulated throughout his life. Those were treasures of the immortal saint level. They were definitely rare treasures that would make people envious. Swoosh! Without saying a word, Zhuowen immediately came to the front of the 4 palaces. The first place he came to was the Elixir Room. As soon as he approached the Elixir Room, Zhuowen smelled a refreshing medicinal fragrance. It smells so good. I wonder what kind of pills are inside. As he spoke, Zhuowen placed his hands on the door of the palace, wanting to push it open. What's going on? I can't push it open? Zhuowen's eyes were filled with astonishment. With the power of his saint body, it was unbelievable that he couldn't push open the door of a palace. Boom! Zhuowen smashed his fist against the door. Soon after, he retreated repeatedly while shock appeared in his eyes. Wasn't this door a little too tough? Let's try the other 2 palaces. Zhuowen didn't give up and rushed toward the Treasure Vault and the Cultivation Technique Pavilion. However, he encountered the same situation as the Elixir Room. He couldn't even open the door of the palace, let alone go in. You need to refine the Azure Dragon Palace first before you are qualified to enter the doors of these 3 palaces. The central hall is my bedroom. The core of the Azure Dragon Palace is there. Go in and refine it. The Azure Dragon Taoist's shadow was emotionless. He waved his horsetail whisk and pointed at the central hall of the 3 palaces. His indifferent voice slowly sounded. Zhuowen was startled. He nodded slightly and rushed toward the central hall. Sure enough, the door of the hall was wide open. A powerful pressure faintly leaked out, causing Zhuowen's hair to stand on end. As expected of the Azure Dragon Taoist, just a trace of pressure left in the bedroom has such a deterrent power. As he spoke, Zhuowen directly stepped into the bedroom. The bedroom was extremely spacious. There was a majestic stone pillar every 10 meters. The surface of the stone pillar was carved with lifelike stone carvings of dragons and phoenixes. Chapter 1442. Refining the Blue Dragon Hall. Thump, thump, thump. The crisp sound of footsteps reverberated in the empty palace, lingering in everyone's ears. Walking to the end of the red carpet, Zhuowen saw an altar that was as tall as a person. Above the altar, a blue orb floated. Is this the core of the entire Blue Dragon Hall? Zhuowen mumbled in a low voice. He stretched out his right hand and grasped the pearl. Suddenly, a powerful aura burst out, causing Zhuowen's arm to stiffen. He immediately retreated a few steps, his right hand trembling. Kid, use your immortal force to refine this orb. Once you succeed, you will be the master of the Blue Dragon Hall. You will be able to enter and leave the Blue Dragon Hall freely in the future. It will be much more convenient than before, Xiao He suddenly said with a smile. Zhuowen nodded and mumbled, I wonder how long it will take to refine this orb? Zhuowen placed his right hand on the orb. The immortal force in his body surged and wrapped the orb in layers. Time slowly passed. Zhuowen stood in front of the altar with his right hand on the surface of the orb. His eyes were slightly narrowed. Suddenly, Zhuowen opened his eyes. A sharp light burst out from the depths of his pupils. He flipped his right hand and the orb floating above the altar immediately landed in his palm. Zhuowen even felt a sense of control in his heart. It was as if he could control the entire Blue Dragon Hall at this moment. However, what surprised Zhuowen was that he only had control over the first two of the three worlds that contained the flow of time. As for the third world, it seemed like there was a powerful barrier that his power could not penetrate. What's going on? I can't feel any control over the third world. It's as if there's a powerful force resisting my control, Zhuowen muttered to himself with a surprised expression. While Zhuowen was refining the Blue Dragon Hall, an imposing figure slowly stood up on the top of the first mountain in the northern end of the fearsome Demon Sea. This figure had a pair of deep eyes that seemed to pass through the void and landed in Taoist Songlong's bedroom at the end of the square of Songlong Palace. Interesting. There's actually someone who succeeded in refining the Azure Dragon Palace. However, it's still too early for you to control the upper realm. At the very least, you won't be able to get past me. Little guy, let's talk about it when you're stronger. The corner of the figure's mouth curled into a grin. With a wave of his sleeve, a mighty force spread out, causing the entire upper realm to tremble. Then, Zhuowen's control over the upper realm was completely destroyed. As expected, someone is messing around. Someone from the higher realms has dispersed my controlling power. What a terrifying power! In the bedroom, Zhuowen frowned slightly. There was a lingering fear in his heart. The power just now was very powerful and terrifying. Even though he had borrowed the power of the Blue Dragon Hall, he was still crushed by that power. Let's put aside the matter of the upper realm for now. Now I'll try to see if I can introduce the laws of heaven and earth from the outside world into the Pang Major world of the second heaven and earth. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He squeezed his right hand and the pearl in his palm floated quietly, surging with a blazing light. Then, with a thought from Zhuowen, the laws of heaven and earth from the outside world of the Blue Dragon Hall suddenly poured into the hall. Under the control of Zhuowen, the laws of heaven and earth broke through the barrier of the Blue Dragon Hall and entered the Pang Major world. The passage between the Pang Major world and the outside world can be opened. This way, the laws of heaven and earth can enter the Pang Major world through this passage. Feeling the continuous influx of vitality and the laws of heaven and earth, Zhuowen was pleasantly surprised. At this moment, a huge black vortex appeared in the sky above the Pang Major world. Powerful laws of heaven and earth surged out of the black vortex and spread out. This is the power of the laws of heaven and earth. It must be Zhuowen's doing. In a secluded attic in the Black Dragon Tower, Long Tian suddenly opened his eyes and jumped out of the room. He came to the roof and looked up at the huge black vortex in the sky. His eyes were full of excitement. Not only Long Tian, but countless Ryuka people in the Black Dragon Tower also came out. They looked up and looked at the black vortex in shock. Zhuowen has successfully refined the Blue Dragon Hall and introduced the laws of heaven and earth from the outside world into the Pang Major world. In the future, the warriors in the Pang Major world will no longer have any restrictions on their realm. Zhuoxiangding, Elder Xiuan, and Long Xiaotian stood side by side. The one who had spoken was Long Xiaotian. Boom! Suddenly, the power of the laws fell from the sky and landed in the Black Dragon Tower. The heavenly law. Someone has successfully comprehended the divine rune law. Zhuo Xiangding turned his head and smiled. As expected, Long Tian has made a breakthrough. This guy has been stuck in the 9th-level Emperor realm for a long time. If it were not for the lack of the laws of heaven and earth in the Pang Major world, he would have made a breakthrough long ago. In the descending power of the laws, there were countless green leaves that were full of vitality. Obviously, Long Tian had mastered the wood law of the 5 elements. The heavenly law only lasted for a while and then disappeared. Long Tian opened his eyes, which were full of excitement. The invincible Emperor realm had always been the realm he had longed for. Today, his wish had finally come true. Moreover, he found that because he had been suppressed for so long, he was not far from the sage-to-be realm. Long Tian had a feeling that he would become a sage-to-be within half a year. Not only the Ryuka people, but all the warriors in the entire Pang Major world also felt it. Especially when they felt the laws of heaven and earth in the vital qi, they were all excited. I, Long One, bestow the laws of heaven and earth to the Pang Major world today. I hope that the Pang Major world can develop smoothly and prosper with each passing day. After the laws of heaven and earth descended, a magnificent voice resounded throughout the world. It was Zhuowen's voice. It's Long One. Is it the Ryuka's Long One? The peerless figure who led the Ryuka to unify the 7 prefectures 1,000 years ago? How terrifying! To be able to introduce the laws of heaven and earth in the Pang Major world, this Long One is too terrifying. Reverence appeared in the eyes of countless people when they heard those extremely pretentious words. On the square of the Azure Dragon Palace, Xiao He stood with her hands on her hips and looked at Zhuowen with disdain. Obviously, Zhuowen's pretentious words from before caused Xiao He to be unable to continue watching. Perhaps it's time to enter the 3 great palaces to take a look. The treasures of the Azure Dragon Taoist are definitely extremely rich. After acting pretentious, Zhuowen's gaze fell on the other 3 palaces in the square. He took a step forward and went to the elixir room first. This time, Zhuowen gently pushed the door of the palace. The originally motionless door opened with a creak, and Zhuowen entered. The elixir room, as the name implied, contained all kinds of spiritual herbs and elixirs. In the middle of the elixir room stood a huge bronze cauldron that was 10 feet tall. Shelves were arranged around the room, and each shelf was 10 feet tall. The shelves were stacked layer by layer, and each layer was filled with bottles and jars. The rich medicinal fragrance lingered in the air, refreshing the heart. The shelves are filled with elixirs? Zhuowen looked around at the bottles and jars and couldn't help but be shocked. Let's see what kind of pills they are. Zhuowen came to the nearest shelf and grabbed a porcelain bottle with his right hand. He unscrewed the cork and poured out a few sparkling and translucent jade-colored pills. Low-grade immortal pill rejuvenation pill? Zhuowen was startled. He did not expect that he would casually take out a low-grade immortal pill. After putting away the bottle, Zhuowen once again rushed out, came to the other side, and took out another porcelain bottle and poured out another pill. Low-grade immortal pill, water charm pill. Low-grade immortal pill, soul-breaking pill. Low-grade immortal pill, jade dew ointment. Zhuowen took out the pills from the shelves again and again, and discovered that all of them were low-grade immortal pills. There were pills that could raise one's cultivation, pills that could recover one's spirit energy, pills that could attack with poison, and so on. They're all low-grade immortal pills? Zhuowen was stunned. Immortal pills were extremely rare pills. Although Zhuowen could refine them himself, the ingredients needed were often hard to find, and refining them took a lot of time. There were many ready-made low-grade immortal pills in the pill room, and there were many shelves around, and the number of porcelain bottles on the shelves was probably in the hundreds of thousands. Even if there were only 10 immortal pills in each bottle, there would still be millions of pills in total. This was a terrifying number. The pills here can probably last Ryuka for a long time. With these immortal pills, Ryuka will be able to produce a large number of martial emperors, right? Zhuowen licked his lips and mumbled to himself with a dry mouth. This pill room has more than one floor, kid, let's continue up. Xiao Hei suddenly said. Hearing this, Zhuowen noticed that at a secluded corner, there was a wooden staircase that led up. Let's go. Zhuowen stepped on it, and quickly reached the second floor. The space on the second floor was about the same size as the first floor, and the decorations were similar, but the medicinal effects on this floor were much stronger. Middle-grade immortal pills. All the pills on the second floor are middle-grade immortal pills. Zhuowen picked up a random porcelain bottle, and then sniffed it, and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. There's a staircase, and it leads to the third floor. Could it be that there are high-grade immortal pills on the third floor? Zhuowen's breathing quickened, and he rushed towards the staircase that led to the third floor. High-grade immortal pills were quite useful even for high-level great emperors like him. They were definitely priceless in the outside world. There's a powerful restriction on the staircase? The instant he stepped onto the third step, Zhuowen encountered an obstruction. A powerful gravitational force pressed down, causing Zhuowen's body to sink as he furrowed his brows. Break! Zhuowen punched out, and the power of his holy physique erupted. It contained a world-shaking power, and a rumbling sound rang out. Bang! In an instant, Zhuowen blasted apart the restrictions that crushed down from the third step, causing them to collapse inch by inch. On the other hand, Zhuowen suddenly entered the third step. The space on the third floor was smaller than the first and second floors, and there were many shelves around it, and there were many porcelain bottles on the shelves. Zhuowen picked up a porcelain bottle and opened the cork. A powerful medicinal effect gushed out, and the image of a dragon appeared in the air, circling around. Chapter 1443. Great Sage Gold Pill. High-grade immortal pills were extremely potent. They were extremely beneficial to high-level great emperors and half-saints. Although Zhuowen's spiritual energy had reached the heaven stage of Arcana Heavenly Master and his immortal energy had reached the mid-grade, he still wasn't qualified to refine a high-grade immortal pill. He knew that if he wanted to refine a high-grade immortal pill, his immortal energy would have to reach the high-grade at the very least. This is a high-grade immortal pill, Dragon Strength Pill. After consuming this pill, a cultivator's physical body will reach a terrifying level and possess the power of a giant dragon. It's an extremely powerful amplification pill. Xiao Hei hovered beside Zhuowen, her little paws stroking her chin. Xiao Hei's eyes darted around. Zhuowen nodded slightly. With a wave of his right hand, he grabbed the dragon image hovering above his head. The dragon image whined and turned into a crystal-clear pill in Zhuowen's palm. After putting away the dragon's strength pill, Zhuowen strolled around the third floor. There was no doubt that the number of shelves and porcelain bottles on the third floor was much fewer than the first and second floors. There were only a few thousand pills. However, these few thousand pills were much more valuable than the hundreds of thousands of low-grade immortal pills. They were something that could only be found by chance. There's a staircase? When he strolled to a corner, Zhuowen was suddenly startled, and then he stared blankly at the stairs in the corner. There's a fourth floor. Could there be pills even more powerful than high-grade immortal pills on the fourth floor? Zhuowen muttered in a low voice, but his eyes became incomparably fiery. It's said that above high-grade immortal pills are peerless immortal pills. Peerless immortal pills are extremely powerful. It's very difficult for those below the saint stage to withstand them. Only profound sages and above can refine the power of peerless immortal pills. Peerless immortal pills were extremely precious even to ordinary saints. Thinking about the peerless immortal pills on the fourth floor of the pill room, Zhuowen's heart thumped wildly. His face flushed red with excitement. Let's go. Let's go to the fourth floor. With that thought, Zhuowen stepped toward the staircase. Boom! The moment he stepped onto the stairs, Zhuowen let out a muffled groan. A vast and terrifying mountain crushed down on his shoulder, causing Zhuowen to spit out a mouthful of blood and retreat a few steps. What a terrifying pressure! It's as if a saint has arrived personally. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with fear, but his heart was trembling. The pressure of the stairs here was much more terrifying than the stairs on the second level. Let's try again. Zhuowen didn't give up. His muscles bulged and a golden light overflowed. He used the power of his holy body. Thud! Taking another step forward, Zhuowen stepped onto the stairs. Immediately, a terrifying pressure, like the pressure of the deep sea, pressed down on Zhuowen. Myriad Tao, indestructible divine body. Zhuowen unleashed the full power of his undying divine body. The surface of his body shone with golden light as countless strange runes intersected and circulated on his body. A mighty force burst out. Boom! Zhuowen threw a punch and hit the restriction on the stairs, causing the restriction to shake violently. Zhuowen stepped onto the stairs, but his speed was extremely slow, like a snail's. There were a total of 10 steps, but when Zhuowen reached the 5th step, he stopped. His body was faintly cracking. Zhuowen let out a low roar. The law of fire and the law of ice surged out from his body at the same time, and he stepped onto the 6th step. Then, Zhuowen integrated the law of the void into his body and stepped onto the 7th and 8th step. The pressure of the 9th and 10th levels was too terrifying. It was as if mountains were crashing down continuously, causing cracks to appear on the surface of Zhuowen's sacred body, which had been indestructible since ancient times. Desolation! With a low sigh, Zhuowen released the 4th law of desolation. The power of desolation, which could deprive all living things of their vitality, spread out on the surface of his body, resisting the terrifying pressure of the stairs. Boom! Zhuowen stepped onto the 9th step, sweating profusely and gasping for breath. The last step. In the end, Zhuowen used the law of death. His body was shrouded in an extremely powerful deathly aura. A terrifying aura lingered around Zhuowen's body. Step over. Zhuowen stepped onto the last step and arrived at the 4th step. Plop! Zhuowen let out a muffled groan and knelt on the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was extremely pale. The pressure of the 4th step was much more terrifying than the stairs. Even though Zhuowen's holy body was extremely tough and terrifying, it was still somewhat unbearable under the pressure that was beyond what he could withstand. The surface of his body began to crack and cherry-red blood flowed out. In an instant, Zhuowen was covered in blood. He looked extremely ferocious. Kneeling on the ground, Zhuowen raised his eyelids with difficulty and saw the full view of the 4th step. The scenery of the 4th step was completely different from the previous 3 steps. It was no longer filled with shelves. The furnishings were very monotonous. There were only 4 stone platforms in the entire space, and 3 porcelain bottles were neatly placed on each platform. There were a total of 12 porcelain bottles. The medicinal efficacy of the 4th step was extremely rich. It was much richer than the medicinal efficacy of the previous 3 steps combined. The 4th step must contain the supreme grade immortal elixir. Zhuowen's eyes shone brightly. The medicinal efficacy was so rich that it even surpassed that of the upper grade immortal elixir. This was only the medicinal efficacy of the outer layer. If the bottle corks on the stone platforms were opened, the medicinal efficacy would probably be even richer. The pressure of the 4th step is too terrifying. Although you have a holy body that is unparalleled in terms of physical strength, it is still not enough in the face of this pressure. Xiao He stood on Zhuowen's shoulder and frowned slightly. Obviously, this terrifying pressure made even it feel uncomfortable. Hurry up and go down. It is still difficult for you to withstand the pressure of the 4th step. When your cultivation increases, you may be qualified to withstand the terrifying pressure of the 4th step, Xiao He said worriedly. I have already come to the 4th step. If I don't take something back, wouldn't it be a waste? Zhuowen's eyes were filled with determination as he forced himself to stand up and slowly walked towards the stone platform closest to him. Zhuowen arrived in front of the stone platform with difficulty. His whole body was trembling, his legs were weak, and there was a ghastly trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Patter! Finally, Zhuowen put his right hand on the stone platform and pinched one of the porcelain bottles with great difficulty. Boom! The moment Zhuowen took the bottle, an even more terrifying pressure exploded from the stone platform, hitting Zhuowen's chest. Puff! Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated dozens of steps. He almost retreated to the entrance of the fourth step, but his right hand was still holding the porcelain bottle tightly. I got it. Hurry up and go. Zhuowen didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned around and immediately left the fourth step. The pressure of this step was too terrifying. He couldn't stay here for too long. Otherwise, he would really die here. After returning to the third step, Zhuowen let out a long sigh of relief. This time, he was really scared but not in any danger. The pressure of the fourth step is too terrifying. Even I, who have a second-rate saint body, can't withstand it. Looking at his blood-soaked appearance, Zhuowen revealed a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. Soon after, he took out the snow lotus jade pill from his spirit ring and swallowed it in one gulp. He then sat cross-legged on the ground and meditated to heal his injuries. After half a day, Zhuowen had used the snow lotus jade elixir and the powerful recovery ability of his saint body to heal his injuries. After tidying up the mess on his body, Zhuowen flicked his right hand and took out a porcelain bottle. This porcelain bottle contained the elixir that he had taken from the fourth step. I wonder what kind of elixir is in this porcelain bottle? Zhuowen's eyes were full of expectation. The fourth step contained a peerless grade immortal elixir. This kind of elixir was something that could only be encountered by saints. For those below the saint realm, it was something that they didn't even dare to think about. Being able to obtain a peerless grade immortal elixir was definitely a great stroke of luck for Zhuowen. Zhuowen didn't waste any time and directly opened the cork of the bottle. Immediately, a pill overflowing with golden light shot out from the porcelain bottle and revealed a human figure in the air. This figure was wearing a long robe, and his facial features were blurry. He had the demeanor of an immortal, and his saint aura was vast and mighty. Supreme Sage Gold Elixir. Looking at the figure that the elixir had revealed, Zhuowen's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but exclaim. The Supreme Sage Gold Elixir was a peerless grade immortal elixir. Its medicinal energy could pierce through the heavens and earth and cover the sun and the moon. It was said that this kind of elixir could forcibly raise a profound sage expert's cultivation by a small realm, and the side effects were extremely small. Of course, the Supreme Sage Gold Elixir was definitely a treasure that could only be encountered by saints in the profound sage realm. However, because its medicinal energy was too great, only saints could completely withstand this kind of medicinal energy. For those below the saint realm, it was a fatal bomb. Generally speaking, if someone below the saint realm consumed the Supreme Sage Gold Elixir, their body would definitely explode and be torn apart. However, Zhuowen was an exception. After all, his physical body had already reached the saint realm, and he could become a sage with the medicinal energy of the Supreme Sage Gold Elixir. Zhuowen stroked his right hand, and a surge of immortal qi gushed out, turning into a giant hand that smashed the figure that the elixir had revealed, and took the golden elixir into his palm. This porcelain bottle contains too few Supreme Sage Gold Elixirs. There are actually only 3 of them. After putting the elixir into the porcelain bottle, Zhuowen said greedily, "Brat, do you think supreme-grade immortal elixirs are street goods? You actually think that 3 of them are too few? This Supreme Sage Gold Elixir can allow a profound Sage Realm Saint to advance by a small realm. This can reduce the cultivation time of a profound Sage Realm Saint by hundreds of years." On Zhuowen's shoulder, Xiao He rolled her eyes at Zhuowen with great dissatisfaction. Zhuowen laughed dryly. He also knew that he was a little too greedy, and he continued, I can give Father one of these supreme sage gold elixirs. At that time, Father should be able to break through a small realm again. Zhuowen grinned and said, the remaining 2 elixirs are for me. Although I haven't reached the sage realm, my physical body has already reached the sage realm, and I should be able to withstand the medicinal energy of the supreme sage gold elixir. Your distribution is the best. Long Xiaotian should be able to smoothly break through a small realm after taking 1 supreme sage gold elixir. Then, he will develop a certain resistance to the supreme sage gold elixir, and the effect of taking the second one will become very poor. It's better to leave it for you to break through to the sage realm. Xiao He nodded in agreement and continued, also, there are a lot of supreme-grade immortal elixirs on the first 3 floors of the elixir room. You can bring more back to the panicked great world. Chapter 1444. 9 stars 8 trigrams Spear. Zhuowen nodded. Xiao He was right. His original intention was to bring more immortal pills back to the panicked great world to support the development of Ryuka. What about the treasure repository and technique pavilion? Let's take a look at those 2 palaces first before returning to the panicked great world with some immortal pills, weapons, and technique. With that, Zhuowen left the elixir room and headed toward the treasure repository and technique pavilion. The treasure repository and technique pavilion were similar in structure to the elixir room. There were all kinds of weapons in the treasure repository, and just like the elixir room, the higher the level of the weapons. The lowest level was a low-grade Emperor artifact, the second level was a mid-grade Emperor artifact, the third level was a high-grade Emperor artifact, and the fourth level was a Mystic Saint artifact. There was no doubt that the pressure on the 4th level of the treasure repository was similar to the pressure on the 4th level of the elixir room. There were only 6 Mystic Saint artifacts in there. Zhuowen had to expend a tremendous amount of effort before he could barely take out 2 profound saint artifacts. The 2 Mystic Saint artifacts were a long spear and a long saber. 9 stars 8 trigrams spear and Heavenly Sovereign Sun Devourer saber. Zhuowen murmured. The aura of these 2 Mystic Saint artifacts was extremely powerful, far stronger than ordinary Mystic Saint artifacts. They had probably reached the pinnacle of Mystic Saint artifact. This 9 stars 8 trigram spear is very suitable. I can replace the tiger head clear gold spear. Zhuowen opened his right palm and held the 9 stars 8 trigram spear in his palm. With a wave, countless starlight scattered into a ball and surrounded Zhuowen. It was as if his surroundings had turned into a starry sky. Boom! Wherever the 9 stars 8 trigram spear passed, the entire space rumbled and exploded. A terrifying saint aura spread in all directions, shaking the heavens and earth. Good spear. Zhuowen put away the spear and stood there with excitement in his eyes. The 9 stars 8 trigram spear was very powerful, much more powerful than the tiger head clear gold spear. The aura of the Empyrean Sun Devourer blade was similar to that of the 9 star 8 trigram spear. It was mighty and imposing. If this weapon was given to Long Xiaotian, it would definitely increase his combat strength by a lot. After putting away the 9 star 8 trigram spear and the tiger head clear golden spear, Zhuowen took many emperor weapons from the treasure repository and left the treasure repository. The cultivation method pavilion was also extremely rich in secret technique. Zhuowen also obtained quite a number of sage cultivation methods and other secret techniques before walking out of the cultivation method pavilion. After returning, Zhuowen ransacked the elixir room again. He kept all the immortal pills that he might need in the elixir room into his spiritual ring. After which, he entered the panicked great world again with satisfaction. Inside the Black Dragon Tower, Zhuo Xiangding, Long Tian, Long Xiaotian, and the others all stared blankly at Zhuowen. On the ground in front of Zhuowen, there were piles of immortal pills, emperor weapons, cultivation methods, and secret technique. Moreover, all of them had powerful auras. low-grade Emperor weapons, middle-grade Emperor weapons, high-grade Emperor weapons, and a profound saint weapon? In addition to the Emperor weapons, there are also immortal pills. Low-grade, middle-grade, and even high-grade immortal pills. Oh my God, Zhuowen, where did you get so many treasures? Zhuo Xiangding, Long Xiaotian, and the others all froze on the spot. Their mouths were dry and their throats were trembling. They could not believe what they were seeing. These are the treasures that I obtained from the Azure Dragon Hall after refining it. They are all the treasures that the Azure Dragon Taoist had accumulated over the years. It should be enough to be used as resources for the development of the Ryuka, right? Zhuowen asked. Yes, it's completely enough. Zhuo Xiangding and the others nodded repeatedly, but their expressions were a little stupefied. Father, this is the Empyrean Sun Devourer Blade, a powerful profound saint weapon. Take it and use it. Zhuowen grabbed the Empyrean Sun Devourer blade with his right hand and threw it to Long Xiaotian. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Long Xiaotian took the Empyrean Sun Devourer blade and asked in surprise, Zhuowen, don't you need a profound saint weapon? Father, don't worry. I also have a profound saint weapon. Zhuowen smiled and took out the 9-star 8 trigrams spear from the spirit ring, revealing the unique saint aura of a profound saint weapon. Long Xiaotian raised his eyebrows and laughed. The 9 Underworld Convention is coming soon. There should only be 9 months left, right? Long Xiaotian suddenly said. As soon as these words came out, Zhuowen fell into silence. Then, he nodded gently and said, Yes, there are only 9 months left. After 9 months it will be time for me, Zhuowen, to take my revenge. Dragon Netherworld Realm, Martial Netherworld Realm, Flower Netherworld Realm, Death Netherworld Realm, Killing Netherworld Realm, and Night Netherworld Realm. Once the 9 Netherworld Convention is over, I will kill all the disciples from these 6 Netherworld realms. Speaking until here, Zhuowen's eyes burst with strong killing intent. Of course, there was one force he didn't mention, and that was the Burning Heaven sect. However, the Burning Heaven sect was, after all, too powerful. With Zhuowen's current foundation, even if he had an immortal saint weapon like the Azure Dragon Palace, it wouldn't be easy for him to contend with the Burning Heaven sect. The Ryuka still needed time to develop. Once the number of saints in the Ryuka increased, and Zhuowen became a saint, then he would have the qualifications to go to the Burning Heaven sect and ask for Mu Qinshu and his mother, Feng Xiao, back. He would take his revenge step by step. The first step would be to take revenge on the 6 underworld realms who joined forces to kill him and steal the immortal saint weapon during the 9 underworld convention. Father, take this elixir first. It will be very beneficial for you. Zhuowen suddenly flicked his finger and a golden elixir was handed to Long Xiaotian. What kind of elixir is this? Why is its medicinal energy so terrifying? The moment Long Xiaotian took the elixir in front of him, a terrifying saint aura spread out. Then, a huge figure appeared above the elixir. Inside the pavilion, the other higher-ups of the Long family all raised their heads and stared at the pill that had manifested a human figure with shock in their eyes. The aura of this elixir was even more terrifying than that of a high-grade immortal pill. This is a peerless immortal pill, the Great Sage Golden Elixir. It can allow a profound saint to advance by a small realm. Father, you have already reached the 3rd profound saint realm. If you take this Great Sage Golden Elixir, you will probably be able to break through to the 4th profound pure profound saint realm in a short time. As soon as Zhuowen said this, many Ryuka people in the pavilion gasped. It wasn't that they hadn't heard of peerless immortal pills, but they didn't dare to think about it. A peerless immortal pill was much more precious than a high-grade immortal pill. Even for a profound saint realm saint, it was a treasure that could only be found by chance. Now, Zhuowen could take it out and give it to Long Xiaotian. This was definitely a big deal. However, when they thought about how Zhuowen had obtained the inheritance of the entire Azure Dragon Hall, the shock in their hearts gradually subsided. Taoist Master Azure Dragon was in existence at the peak of the profound Saint Realm in ancient times. It was said that his cultivation had reached the true immortal Saint Realm of the three immortal Saint Realms. He was a peerless monster that was only a step away from the divine realm. The wealth of such an existence's collection was definitely far beyond imagination. A mere peerless immortal pill wasn't anything precious to such an existence. This Long Xiaotian's right hand trembled as he held the great sage golden elixir. The effect of this great sage golden elixir was too heaven-defying. It could actually allow him to break through by a small realm. This was absolutely shocking. Even if it was just a small realm, the difficulty of breaking through to the profound Saint Realm was extremely high. Even a peerless monster would need a lot of accumulation and time to break through the shackles and reach the next level. Zhuowen, I won't treat you as an outsider. I will accept this great sage golden elixir. After keeping the great sage golden elixir, Long Xiaotian still couldn't calm down. Such a powerful immortal pill was too tempting. He couldn't resist. We are all members of the Ryuka. The stronger you are, the more help you will be to the Ryuka. After all, our Ryuka is facing a strong enemy. Moreover, Father, you are the strongest in Ryuka. Naturally, I will do my best to help you increase your cultivation. Zhuowen said with a smile. I won't say much. I will refine this great sage golden elixir first. Long Xiaotian bade farewell to Zhuowen and the others. He then left the place in a hurry. He must be in a hurry to refine the great sage golden elixir. Grandfather, keep all these resources. As for the distribution, we will follow the old rules. Survival of the fittest, fair competition. The resources will only be left for those who are strong, talented, and hard-working. Zhuowen turned around and said to Zhuo Xiangding. The latter's face was filled with excitement as he ordered his men to put away the resources provided by Zhuowen. After dealing with the resources, Zhuowen left the panicked Great World. There were still 9 months before the 9 Netherworld Conference. These 9 months were equivalent to 270 years in the panicked Great World. Zhuowen believed that with the resources provided by him and the selection mechanism of the Ryuka, there would be a large number of martial emperors emerging in the next 270 years. As for the sage Zhuowen, he wasn't very optimistic. There was a saying that the sage was like a straw dog. Once he entered the sage realm, it was as deep as the sea. This showed how difficult it was to reach the sage realm. Some people could cultivate for thousands of years and still be stuck in the half-sage realm. Some people could become a sage after cultivating for almost 100 years. Becoming a sage depended entirely on luck and one's own understanding. It wasn't a matter of time and effort. If there could be a sage in Ryuka in the next 270 years, Zhuowen would be thankful. There are still 9 months. I might as well use this time to go out and have a look. I wonder how the 9 Netherworld realm is now? Standing on the square of the Azure Dragon Hall, Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. He jumped up, stepped out of the range of the Azure Dragon Hall, and appeared in the sand pile at the bottom of the Bitter Sea where the Azure Dragon Hall was hidden. The gravity of the Bitter Sea was hundreds and thousands of times that of the outside world. Even a high-level martial emperor would find it extremely troublesome if they sank into the depths of the Bitter Sea. However, Zhuowen acted as if nothing had happened. He didn't even need to circulate his yuan qi to form a defense around his body. After all, his body had already become a sage. The strength of his body alone were comparable to that of an ordinary profound sage. The harsh environment of the Bitter Sea really didn't have any effect on him. Zhuowen waved his right hand, and the thumb-sized Azure Dragon Hall was stored in Zhuowen's spirit ring. Back then, Zhuowen hadn't refined the Azure Dragon Hall, so he couldn't bring this sage artifact with him. But it was different now. Now that he had complete control of the Azure Dragon Hall, he could bring it with him anytime and anywhere. After putting away the Azure Dragon Hall, Zhuowen's aura began to change. He restrained the aura of a half-sage, and it was only around the 8th layer Great Emperor realm. Chapter 1445. Dwarf Zhao Qi. At this moment, Zhuowen stood tall and straight. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he carried the tiger-head deep golden spear on his back. Coupled with his fierce aura, he looked like an indestructible spear. Zhuowen did not take out the 9-star 8-trigram spear. After all, it was a profound saint artifact. A weapon of this level was not common in the 9 Netherworld realm. If he casually showed it, it would attract the attention of others. Let's go. With that, Zhuowen leaped up, completely ignoring the terrifying gravity of the Sea of Bitterness. He shuttled through the Sea of Bitterness and rushed toward the surface. At the end of the Sea of Bitterness, there were 9 huge stone tablets on the surface of the sea. One of the stone tablets with the word Martial carved on it suddenly emitted a blazing light. This stone tablet was the entrance to the Martial Netherworld realm. When the light faded, 3 figures appeared. These 3 figures were not old. There were 2 men and 1 woman. The men were handsome and tall, and the woman was beautiful. However, the 3 of them were panicking as if they were being chased. Senior brother, what should we do? Zhao Qi is the strongest outer disciple of the Saint Martial sect. Even if the 3 of us work together, I'm afraid we won't be able to defeat him. The woman's eyes were misty as she spoke to a slender and handsome young man beside her. Run. We can only run now. This Zhao Qi wants the high-grade Emperor artifact that we just obtained. Even if we hand it over, I'm afraid that he will destroy us for the sake of the Saint Martial sect's reputation. The handsome young man said in a deep voice. Haha, the 3 of you can't escape. You will definitely die after escaping from the Martial Netherworld realm. Even the higher-ups of the Hidden Spirit Mountain won't be able to save you. An arrogant laughter rang out. Immediately after, a figure with a violent aura suddenly rushed out of the stone tablet of the Martial Netherworld realm. The figure that suddenly rushed out was short, only about 5 feet tall. He looked like a dwarf, but his aura was extremely powerful. Behind the dwarf were 3 young men. The 3 young men were staring at the dwarf in front of them in awe. Run! The 3 people's faces changed drastically. They shouted and hurriedly used their movement techniques to escape. Their speed soared to the extreme. Humph! Don't even think about escaping. Chase after him. The dwarf sneered and took the lead to step into the air. The 3 young men behind him did not resist and followed closely behind him. The strength of the dwarf's group was clearly much stronger than the previous 3. Very quickly, the distance between the 2 was shortened. Looking at the dwarf and the other 3 who were getting closer and closer, the 3 who were running in the front had an ugly look on their faces. However, there was nothing they could do. After all, the dwarf behind them was the strongest outer disciple of the Saint Martial sect, Zhao Qi. He was a 7th-level martial emperor and was very powerful. The 3 of them were all 6th-level martial emperors. The gap between them and Zhao Qi wasn't small. They didn't have the advantage in numbers either. They had no chance of winning against Zhao Qi's group of 4. Seeing that the midget and the other 3 were about to catch up, the young man with delicate features in front clenched his teeth and took out a copper bell. He suddenly shook it, and a soul-stirring sound spread out. This voice was extremely strange. It actually had a charm that could hook one's soul, causing the 4 people who were chasing after him to stop. Their gazes turned blurry. This high-grade Emperor weapon is indeed extraordinary. Can actually make me fall into a daze for a short while. I must get it. Zhao Qi quickly regained his senses. His eyes were filled with greed. This time, he didn't hold back and took out his armor soul. My armor soul, water ghost. Let's see where you can run to. Zhao Qi pointed at his forehead. Instantly, a black light shot out and drilled into the Sea of Bitterness. Then, a few hundred meters ahead of them, an extremely terrifying black wave was formed, completely blocking the path of the 3. Within the black wave, a huge irregular figure was wriggling and wreaking havoc. The black wave was stacked layer by layer. This. The three young men with delicate features suddenly stopped in their tracks. Looking at the terrifying black wave, their hearts trembled and their bodies trembled. Diji, I'll give you a chance to live. Hand over the copper bell in your hand, and I'll consider letting the three of you live. Zhao Qi stopped 10 meters away from the three of them. His eyes were filled with mockery as if he was looking at prey. He looked at the three of them and laughed. You'll really let the three of us go? The pretty girl's eyes shone brightly. Hee, hand over the copper bell and I'll let you go. After all, my target isn't you but the copper bell. Zhao Qi crossed his arms and said indifferently. At the same time, the other three people from the sacred martial sect also came behind Zhao Qi and looked at him covetously. The young man named Diji frowned and held the copper bell tightly in his right hand. Senior brother Diji, quickly hand the copper bell to Zhao Qi. Otherwise, the three of us will die. The girl turned her head and said to Diji. Junior sister Qi Tong is right. Senior brother Diji's life is at stake now. The other average-looking young man also hurriedly advised. Diji frowned and sighed. Do you really believe Zhao Qi's words? It's not like you don't know his character. The two of them changed their expressions and fell silent. In the sacred martial sect, Zhao Qi's character was indeed not good. It could even be said that he had a bad record. Do you have any other choice? If you don't hand it over, I'll have to take it by force. Zhao Qi was not bothered. He smiled and grabbed the air with his right hand. Instantly, a huge meteor hammer appeared. The meteor hammer did not match his petite body and even looked a little comical. However, Diji and the other two could not laugh. Zhao Qi was a 7th-level emperor and he was extremely powerful. Even if the three of them joined forces, they would not be a match for him. Let's work together to stop him. Diji made a prompt decision and took out a long sword. Yuan force shot out from it and formed a violent rainbow behind him. The other two were not to be outdone. They also took out their own emperor weapons and charged towards Diji. 3 pieces of trash dare to stop me? Diji sneered. With a twist of his waist, the huge meteor hammer smashed down like a meteor. The berserk power even set off a terrifying storm in the surroundings. Clang! The 4 of them instantly clashed. Diji and the other 2 spat out a mouthful of blood and were pushed back. Take another blow from my hammer. Zhao Qi smiled proudly. The meteor hammer danced in his hands and smashed down again and again. Terrifying force filled the air. Diji and the other 2 were extremely passive as they received Zhao Qi's attacks. They groaned inwardly. Zhao Qi was too powerful. Even if the 3 of them joined forces, they were still at a disadvantage. Break! Zhao Qi shouted. He raised the meteor hammer above his head and smashed it down. Instantly, Diji and the other 2's defense was shattered. Die! Zhao Qi's eyes were ferocious. After breaking through Diji and the other 2's defense, the meteor hammer did not slow down and continued to smash towards the 3 of them. He wanted to smash them into pieces. We're finished. Diji and the other 2 were in despair. Seeing the meteor hammer getting closer and closer, they gave up struggling. They knew that they were going to die. Rumble! Just as Zhao Qi's meteor hammer was about to hit them, a water pillar shot up from the Misery Sea and blocked Zhao Qi's path. Bang! When the meteor hammer hit the surface of the water pillar, it bounced off like a spring. What's that? Zhao Qi took a few steps back and looked at the water pillar cautiously. Diji and the other 2 heaved a sigh of relief after escaping from death. They immediately looked at the water pillar. Obviously, they were also puzzled. Why would a water pillar suddenly appear from the water? Pitter-patter! The water pillar gradually disappeared, revealing a slender figure. It was a young man around 24 or 25 years old. He was handsome and tall. His hair was tied into a crown and he carried a long spear on his back. Who are you? Zhao Qi's eyes narrowed. He could feel that the young man in front of him was very powerful. He was actually a 7th level emperor, especially the long spear on his back. It was definitely not an ordinary emperor weapon. Zhao Qi did not want to be enemies with a 7th level emperor. Hence, his tone was very polite. "You're a disciple of the Saint Martial sect in the Martial Nether Realm?" The spear-wielding man tilted his head and suddenly asked Zhao Qi. Zhao Qi was stunned. Then, he lifted his chin and said proudly, "I'm Zhao Qi. I'm the #1 outer disciple of the Saint Martial sect. I can see that you're not weak. However, the Saint Martial sect is very powerful. I hope you won't meddle in other people's business." Zhao Qi's words were filled with arrogance and a hint of warning. "So, you're from the Saint Martial sect? Then I'll definitely meddle in this." The spear-wielding man sneered. Hearing this, Zhao Qi's face stiffened. He squinted his eyes and said, "Brother, you want to be enemies with the Saint Martial sect? You should think about the consequences." Before Zhao Qi could finish his words, a black shadow appeared in front of him, as if it had teleported. Then, he felt his throat tighten as his feet were suspended in mid-air. "Of course I've thought about the consequences. As long as it's a dog of the Saint Martial sect, I will kill it," the spear-wielding man said coldly. Then, he clenched his right hand and the crisp sound of bones cracking could be heard. Zhao Qi's head tilted and his eyes widened. He was dead. Zhuowen's sword finger pointed at Zhao Qi's dantian. Immortal energy burst out and the nascent soul in his dantian was instantly destroyed. Whoosh! After doing this, Zhuowen casually threw Zhao Qi's body into the sea. Silence. The surrounding atmosphere became eerily silent. Whether it was the 3 disciples of the Saint Martial sect or DG's group, they all stared at this unbelievable scene with their mouths agape. Zhao Qi, a level 7 martial emperor, was killed just like that. This was too fast. Moreover, the spear-wielding man's aura was not much stronger than Zhao Qi's. He was probably also a level 7 martial emperor. They were clearly of the same cultivation level, but Zhao Qi was killed in an instant. "You! How dare you kill senior brother Zhao Qi? How dare you kill a disciple of the Saint Martial sect? You must be tired of living." The 3 disciples of the Saint Martial sect's legs trembled. They were both shocked and furious. Although they spoke harshly, they kept retreating. Even Zhao Qi was killed. They were probably no match for this spear-wielding man. Naturally, they did not dare to face him. "Don't worry. You guys can go with Zhao Qi." Zhuowen did not waste any time. He took a step forward and came behind the 3 of them. His right hand pulled out the long spear on his back and slashed horizontally. Pucci. Chapter 1446. Refining the Supreme Saint Gold Corpucci. Fresh blood exploded and scattered in the air. The 3 disciples of the Sacred Martial sect didn't even have the chance to make a sound before being killed by Zhuowen. Who is this guy? Why is he so terrifying? DG and the other 2 swallowed hard, their eyes glazed over. Whether it was Zhao Qi or the 3 disciples of the Sacred Martial sect, they couldn't even last one move against the young man with the spear. Putting away his spear, Zhuowen glanced at DG and the other 2 and planned to leave. This time, he planned to enter the 9th Netherworld realm again. Currently, his Buddhist doppelganger was at the Great Thunderclap Temple in the divine Netherworld realm. Because Master Xian Xian had taught him personally, his Buddhist doppelganger had broken through very quickly and reached the half-saint level. Moreover, with Master Xian Xian's help, his Buddhist doppelganger had mastered the law of karma. This law focused on the cycle of karma and was an extremely powerful and special law. With Master Xian Xian's meticulous training, his Buddhist doppelganger's strength had reached an unfathomable level. As for the demonic doppelganger, he and Tai Mo Lord had been cultivating on a deserted island in the desolate Netherworld realm. That island was where demonic cultivators gathered, and the strong preyed on the weak. Those who were weak couldn't survive on the deserted island. The demonic doppelganger and Tai Mo Lord were both geniuses of demonic cultivation. Therefore, after joining the island, they were specially trained. The demonic doppelganger changed his name to Emowen. Emowen's name was like thunder on the deserted island. He was very famous even in the entire ninth netherworld realm. This was because Emowen had once provoked many demonic cultivators on the deserted island. 3 half-saint demonic cultivators teamed up to kill Emowen, but they were all killed instead. At that time, Emowen's cultivation hadn't reached the half-saint level yet. He was only an invincible demon emperor. Now that he was a half-saint, his strength was probably even more terrifying. In the entire ninth netherworld realm, Emowen was considered a top genius. It was said that Emowen had even begun to challenge the number 1 genius on the deserted island, Gui Sha. Zhuowen didn't pay much attention to the 2 doppelganger. After all, his main consciousness was in his main body. However, he planned to bring both doppelganger to the Netherworld Conference. Although the Buddhist avatar and the demonic Tao avatar were not in the same place, they would often communicate through spiritual sense in the past 5 years. These 2 doppelgangers were separated from the Buddha demon eye. The Buddha demon eye was too profound, and Zhuowen had yet to fully comprehend it. However, Zhuowen believed that if these 2 doppelgangers were to become saints, the power of the Buddha demon eye would finally be revealed. Brother, thank you for saving our lives this time. The 3 of us are disciples of the hidden spirit mountain in the martial serene realm. May I know your name? Which power are you from? While Zhuowen was deep in thought, Diji and the other 2 had already flashed before Zhuowen, and the 3 of them spoke carefully. You are also from the martial dark realm? Originally, Zhuowen did not want to bother with Diji and the other 2. However, when he heard that the 3 of them were also disciples of the martial dark realm faction, his interest was immediately piqued. Back then, the sect master of the martial nether realm's sacred martial sect, Wu Ho, was the one who was the most proactive in dealing with the Azure Dragon Palace. This was also the main reason why Zhuowen killed all the disciples of the sacred martial sect. My name is Qinwen. I don't belong to any sect. I'm just a rogue cultivator, Zhuowen said with a smile. The reason why Zhuowen's attitude changed so quickly was that he had changed his mind and planned to enter the martial dark realm. Since he wanted revenge, he would start with the sacred martial sect. At least before the 9 Underworld Convention, he would deal a heavy blow to the sacred martial sect. Don't belong to any sect? Diji and the other 2's eyes lit up, and their expressions became enthusiastic. A rogue cultivator who could cultivate to the 7th level of the martial emperor realm was extremely talented. In addition to the combat strength that Zhuowen had just displayed, the 3 of them wanted to rope him in. The hidden spirit mountain was below the sacred martial sect in the martial dark realm. Their average strength was much weaker than the sacred martial sect, and the number of high-level martial emperors was even fewer. Diji and the other 2 were 6th-level martial emperors, and they were already nurtured as core disciples in the hidden spirit mountain. However, they were still nothing compared to Zhao Qi, an outer disciple of the sacred martial sect. This showed how big the gap between the 2 forces was. If they could rope this young man with a spear in front of them into the hidden spirit mountain, it would definitely be a great merit. Therefore, the 3 of them were a little restless. Brother Qin, our hidden spirit mountain's power in the martial dark realm is not weak. If you join us, you will immediately become the focus of cultivation. The sect's resources will be tilted towards you, Diji suddenly said. Zhuowen naturally saw the expressions in their eyes. He smiled faintly and said, I appreciate Brother D's kind intentions. However, I prefer freedom and freedom. I don't want to be restrained, so... Diji suddenly showed a trace of disappointment. Zhuowen's words were very clear. He would definitely not join the hidden spirit mountain. However, Diji was still unwilling to give up. Brother Qin, you saved our lives after all. Why don't you come to our hidden spirit mountain as a guest? Zhuowen grinned. He was waiting for Diji to say this. Since he planned to take revenge on the sacred martial sect, he naturally planned to enter the martial dark realm. However, he was not familiar with the sacred martial sect, so he naturally needed a better guide. Diji and the other two were undoubtedly the guides that Zhuowen had his eyes on. Since that's the case, then this Qin will accept deferentially, Zhuowen replied straightforwardly. Diji was delighted and said, "Then, brother Qin, follow us to the martial dark realm." Thus, the four of them flew towards the entrance of the martial dark realm while talking and laughing. Of course, most of the time, it was Diji who was talking while Zhuowen listened silently. The martial dark realm's small world was not much different from the divine dark realm. The only difference was that the scenery and architectural style inside were different. After a series of procedures, the four of them successfully entered the martial dark realm. Then, Diji led Zhuowen and the others to the Hidden Spirit Mountain. The Hidden Spirit Mountain was located in the western region of the martial dark realm, while the sacred martial sect was in the central region. It was also the most prosperous area in the entire martial dark realm. Diji, the three of you are actually not dead? At the entrance of the Hidden Spirit Mountain, a young man with long sleeves stared at Diji and the other two in surprise. Diji's face darkened as he said coldly, "Jing Bin, what do you mean by this? Are you hoping that I will die early?" The young man named Jing Bin waved his hand and said, "No, I heard that you were being chased by the number one outer disciple of the sacred martial sect, Zhao Qi. I thought that you were doomed, so I subconsciously spoke. Of course, it's best that you are fine." Although he said that, Jing Bin felt that it was strange. Zhao Qi was a 7th-level Emperor Realm expert after all. Logically speaking, Diji and the other two would not be able to escape from Zhao Qi's evil hands. Moreover, according to Zhao Qi's character, he would not leave anyone alive. Now that Diji and the other two appeared in the Hidden Spirit Mountain safe and sound, Zheng Bin was naturally puzzled. "Oh right, who is this person? He doesn't seem to be a disciple of the Hidden Spirit Mountain, right?" Jing Bin quickly changed the topic and pointed at Zhuowen, who was beside Diji. "He is my friend, Qinwen. He came to the Hidden Spirit Mountain as a guest. Are you going to interfere in this matter?" Diji said coldly. Jing Bin was stunned and immediately waved his hand embarrassedly. Since he was Diji's friend, he should not interfere. After all, the latter's position in the Hidden Spirit Mountain was higher than his. "Brother Qin, let's go." After he finished speaking, Diji ignored Jing Bin's ugly expression and brushed past Jing Bin with Zhuowen. Looking at the backs of Diji and the other three, Jing Bin narrowed his eyes and muttered, "How strange. With Zhao Qi's character, it is unlikely that he would leave anyone alive. How did Diji escape? If Diji doesn't die, I, Jing Bin, will be suppressed by him in the Hidden Spirit Mountain. I have to go to the sacred martial sect to confirm Zhao Qi's situation." With that, Jing Bin turned into a shadow and left the Hidden Spirit Mountain. After entering the Hidden Spirit Mountain, the woman and the other young man who followed Diji all said goodbye and returned to their respective residences. Diji very politely brought Zhuowen to the courtyard where he lived. "Brother Qin, how about you rest in the shelter for a few days?" Diji asked politely. Zhuowen smiled slightly and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Brother D. Also, I'm quite curious about the sacred martial sect in the martial nether realm. I hope that Brother D can bring me to the area where the sacred martial sect is located." Diji was startled and immediately nodded, patting his chest and agreeing. However, Diji felt a little strange. He knew that the former had just killed a disciple of the sacred martial sect, and now he was planning to visit the sacred martial sect. It was indeed a little confusing. If Diji knew that Zhuowen was going to deal with the sacred martial sect this time, he probably wouldn't have agreed to bring Zhuowen to the sacred martial sect even if he was beaten to death. After the two of them chatted for a while, Diji arranged a room for Zhuowen to stay for a few days. Zhuowen naturally had no objections to this. He could use these few days to try to consume the great sage gold core. If he could smoothly break through to the saint realm under the medicinal power of the great sage gold core, that would be the best. If it didn't work, he could only wait for the 9 Nether Conference to seize the saint luck. In the dark room, Zhuowen sat cross-legged on a futon. In his room, countless ripples flickered and flowed like ripples in the water. These ripples were the array restriction. The great sage gold core was a peerless immortal pill, and its medicinal power was strong and terrifying. If he didn't set up an origin array to isolate it, he was afraid that it would directly alarm the entire Hidden Soul Mountain. With a flick of Zhuo Wen's finger, a dazzling golden pill floated in front of Zhuo Wen. The dazzling golden light constantly flashed, and a lifelike figure appeared above the pill, looking exceptionally mighty. As expected of a peerless immortal pill. Just the medicinal fragrance on the surface has some refreshing effect. Zhuowen's eyes shone brightly. Kid, it's too wasteful to consume a peerless immortal pill directly. Use your immortal energy to slowly refine the medicinal power, then absorb it into your body's acupuncture points and use it for yourself. Xiao He suddenly said. I know. Zhuowen nodded. Rolling immortal energy surged out, and a milky white light enveloped the great sage gold core, silently refining it. Chapter 1447. Zhao gained the central region of the martial dark realm. There was a huge group of palaces. There were many pavilions, mountains, and smoke lingered around. It was a beautiful sight. This group of palaces was the largest force in the martial dark realm, the sacred martial sect. The sacred martial sect was located in a huge city. The city was extremely large, and the streets were crisscrossed with people. It was bustling with life. In a rather large pavilion in the sacred martial sect, Zheng Bin carefully stood outside the door with a respectful expression. Our outer region general manager allows you to enter. The 2 guards at the door glanced at Zheng Bin indifferently and said calmly. Zheng Bin hurriedly nodded his head. Soon after, he entered the pavilion. The interior of the pavilion was well lit and extremely bright. A middle-aged man with an oppressive expression was seated at the head of the hall. You're a disciple of the Hidden Spirit Mountain? You said that you have clues about Zhao Qi? The middle-aged man stared at Zheng Bin sternly, causing Zheng Bin to tremble. He quickly said, Yes. I heard that Senior Zhao Qi's whereabouts were unknown in the Martial Saint City, so... It's not that his whereabouts are unknown but that he was killed. The middle-aged man coldly interrupted Zheng Bin's words with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. Dead? Zheng Bin's eyes were dull, and he could not believe it. Zhao Qi was the number 1 outer region disciple of the sacred martial sect, and his cultivation was at the 7th level martial emperor realm. It was said that he would be taken in as an inner region disciple soon. He was considered a famous genius in the martial dark realm. However, the outer region general manager said that Zhao Qi was dead. This news was too shocking for Zheng Bin. This was because he knew that Zhao Qi was chasing after Diji and the other 2. However, Diji and the other 2 returned safely to the Hidden Spirit Mountain, but Zhao Qi died in an accident. What did this mean? It meant that Zhao Qi was most likely killed by Diji. How is this possible? Diji is only at the 6th level martial emperor realm. He shouldn't have the ability to kill Zhao Qi. Zheng Bin panicked and muttered to himself. The middle-aged man's eyes became sharper, and terrifying killing intent shrouded Zheng Bin. He grinned and said, Tell me about your so-called clues. If you can't satisfy me, your fate. Speaking until here, the middle-aged man suddenly clenched his right hand, and the armrest on his right turned into dust. Zheng Bin was so frightened that he trembled. Actually, it's like this. Zheng Bin was so scared that he immediately told him everything he knew. The middle-aged man in front of him was not simple. This middle-aged man's name was Zhao Gu. He was the manager of the outer layer of the Saint Martial sect. He was in charge of all the affairs of the outer layer. His cultivation base was extremely powerful, reaching the 9th level of the monarch realm. Although there was a gap between Zhao Gu and the inner elders, Zhao Ji's status was quite high. Ordinary inner disciples were also quite courteous to him and did not dare to slight him. Most importantly, Zhao Qi was Zhao Ji's nephew. It could be said that Zhao Qi was personally groomed by Zhao Gu, and Zhao Gu had placed a lot of expectations on him. If there were no accidents, Zhao Qi would soon become an inner disciple of the Sanctum sect. By then, Zhao Gu would be able to bask in the glory as well. But now that Zhao Qi was dead, everything had turned into bubbles. How could Zhao Gu be willing to give up? You're saying that Zhao Qi brought 3 Saint Martial sect disciples to hunt down Diji and the other 2 from Hidden Spirit Mountain, and that Diji and the other 2 were safe and sound? When exactly? Zhao Gu asked coldly. When I left Hidden Spirit Mountain, it should be 3 days ago. Jingbin said in a low voice. 3 days ago? It seems that Zhao Qi's death is related to those 3 little bastards. Come with me to Hidden Spirit Mountain. Zhao Gu stood up abruptly and glanced at Jingbin indifferently. Jingbin was a little hesitant. If you don't go, then die. Zhao Gu spat out another sentence, causing Jingbin to tremble all over. He had no choice but to agree. Outside Zhuowen's room, Diji frowned and paced back and forth. He did not dare to enter. Today, Diji planned to ask Zhuowen to come out and take him to the Saint City where the Sanctum sect was located. However, just as he was about to open the door, it was pushed open by an extremely strong restrictive force. Is Brother Qin an Arcana master? How could he set up such a strong restrictive force outside the room? Diji muttered to himself in shock. Zhuowen looked a few years younger than him. Not only was his cultivation higher than him, but he was also a mysterious arcana master. This made Diji inexplicably shocked. It seems that I can only look for Brother Qin in a few days. Diji also knew that since Zhuowen set up a restrictive force outside, his purpose was to not be disturbed. If he rashly barged in again, it would be impolite. However, just as Diji was about to leave the loft, a beautiful figure ran over from the small path outside the loft. When she came close, Diji discovered that it was actually Qi Tong, the junior sister who had been chased by Zhao Qi. Senior brother, why did the sect leader suddenly summon you, senior brother Zhou Shu, and me to the Zhongling Palace together? Qi Tong was a little out of breath. The sect leader summoned us? Is there something important? Diji was a little puzzled. I'm not sure about this. By the way, where is Qinwen? Qi Tong shook her head slightly. Diji said, Brother Qin is now in seclusion. He can't come out yet. I see. Let's go to the Zhongling Palace first. Qi Tong nodded and said casually. And let's go. Diji and Qi Tong soon arrived at the Zhongling Palace. This palace was the place where the sect leader usually met with important guests. Diji was a little puzzled as to why the sect leader had summoned the 3 of them here. In the Zhongling Palace, Zhao Gu sat quietly at the head of the table, leisurely sipping the tea in his hand. Behind Zhao Gu, there were 4 figures with powerful auras. The 4 of them were high-level martial emperors, exuding majestic emperor auras. In the corner of the palace, Zheng Bin stood silently, not daring to make the slightest movement. Next to Zhao Gu sat a figure. This figure was an old man about 60 years old, wearing a loose robe with long sleeve. At this moment, he was politely conversing with Zhao Gu. In front of these 2 people, in the center of the palace, knelt a lonely figure. If one looked carefully, this figure was the young man who was with Diji and Qi Tong, Zhou Shu. At this moment, Zhou Shu's head was slightly lowered, his eyes looking straight at the ground. Cold sweat kept dripping from his forehead. As soon as Diji and Qi Tong walked in, they saw this scene, especially after seeing Zhou Shu kneeling on the ground. Both of their faces froze. You're finally here. Zhao Gu stopped talking with the old man and gently put down his teacup. His sharp gaze fell on Diji and Qi Tong. Diji Qitong, the two of you come here and kneel. The old man stood up, pointed at Diji and Qitong, and ordered indifferently. Sect leader, what is the meaning of this? Diji frowned slightly. I told you to kneel. Don't you understand? The old man's eyes were indifferent, and a terrifying pressure was released. Diji and Qitong immediately groaned and knelt on the ground. After doing this, the old man smiled at Zhao Guo, who was beside him, and said, Steward Zhao, I've called these three people over. If you have any questions, just ask. This old man was naturally the sect leader of the Hidden Soul Mountain, Shuahai. His cultivation had reached the level of an invincible emperor lord. Although his cultivation level was higher than Zhao Ji's, his attitude was extremely polite. The reason was that Zhao Gu was the outer steward of the sacred martial sect. Moreover, Zhao Gu had a lot of connections in the sacred martial sect. Naturally, Shuahai would not dare to be impolite to Zhao Gu. Thank you, sect leader Yin. Zhao Gu smiled slightly, then stepped in front of the three kneeling Diji and asked indifferently, I heard that you were chased by my nephew, Zhao Qi. Diji and the other two's pupils shrank, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. They did not expect Zhao Qi to be this middle-aged man's nephew. From Shuahai's attitude, it was not hard to tell that this middle-aged man had a high position in the sacred martial sect. It's over. This was the thought that appeared in the three's minds. Jingbin, who was standing in the corner, sneered. He knew that Diji and the other two were finished. However, he did not expect Diji and the other two to be able to kill Zhao Qi. After all, Zhao Qi was an outer genius of the sacred martial sect. My nephew, Zhao Qi's life tablet suddenly shattered a few days ago. At that time, he was chasing after the three of you, right? Zhao Ji's eyes became sharper. He had already noticed the abnormalities of Diji and the other two, and guessed that Zhao Qi's death might have something to do with them. Of course, he had the same doubts as Jingbin. Jingbin and the other two's cultivation were not as high as Zhao Qi's, so how did they kill Zhao Qi? Zhao Qi was not killed by us. Zhou Shu trembled and suddenly shouted. Oh? You didn't kill him? Then who killed him? Zhao Ji's eyes narrowed and continued to ask. Diji's hands trembled, and he suddenly raised his head and said, I killed Zhao Qi, and it has nothing to do with junior sister Qitong and junior brother Zhou Shu? Senior brother Diji. Qitong and Zhou Shu raised their heads, and looked at Diji in surprise. Bang! Just as Diji finished speaking, Zhao Gu suddenly kicked over, and heavily stepped on Diji's chest. A 6th-level martial emperor trash killed Zhao Qi? Do you take me for a fool? Zhao Ji's eyes were fierce. Diji spat out a mouthful of blood, but stubbornly said, I killed Zhao Qi. You can kill me if you want. Good, good, good. Zhao Gu laughed instead of being angry, and sent Diji flying with a kick. Diji clutched his abdomen in pain and his body spasmed. Zhao Gu was a 9th-level emperor realm. How powerful was his strength? How could he possibly be what Diji could withstand? If he won't talk, then it'll be the two of you. As he spoke, Zhao Gu lifted Qitong and Zhou Shu, and his cold killing intent locked onto them. At the head of the table, Shuahai frowned slightly, but he did not stop them. Zhao Gu had great influence in the sacred martial sect, and the hidden spirit mountain was far inferior to the sacred martial sect. Shuahai naturally would not offend Zhao Gu for a few disciples. Chapter 1448. Shuahai Qinwen? Who is that? Where is he? Zhao Ji's gaze was gloomy as he hurriedly questioned. He's in senior brother Diji's pavilion. I'm willing to bring you there, Zhou Shu hurriedly said. Brother Yin, the 3 disciples of your hidden spirit mountain are becoming more and more outrageous. They're actually harboring a murderer, Zhao Gu said with an ugly expression. Shuahai frowned and said, Brother Zhao, don't be impatient. I'll give you an explanation for this. As he spoke, Shuahai arrived before Diji and said indifferently, Diji, I heard from Zhou Shu that you're the one who's harboring Qinwen. You still have a chance to hand Qin Wen over. Otherwise, it'll be too late for regret. Diji stared at Inshuhai and said dryly, Sect Master, you should know when Zhao Qi chased after the three of us, right? But you didn't care. Qin Wen is my savior. He saved our lives. Haha, but now, because of Zhao Ji's words, not only do you not care about the life and death of our disciples, but you also want us to take out Qin Wen. Are you really the sect master of our hidden spirit mountain? Diji's words were filled with ridicule. Inshuahai's face instantly turned gloomy as he coldly said, How presumptuous! How dare you speak to me like that? As he spoke, Inshuahai waved his sleeve. Diji was caught off guard and was instantly hit by the power. He vomited a mouthful of blood and was directly sent flying before heavily smashing into the ground. Brother Zhao, come with me. This traitorous disciple is too daring. He actually dares to harbor a murderer. Inshuahai said to Zhao Gu. He grabbed Diji and leaped out of the Congling Hall. Follow me. Zhao Gu fiercely threw Zhou Shu and Qi Tong to the ground. He instructed the four people behind him and followed Inshuahai. Qin Wen should be the youth that Diji brought over. Let's follow them and watch the show. Jingbin grinned and also left the Congling Hall. Swoosh, swoosh. The group flew past the hidden spirit mountain and quickly arrived at Diji's pavilion. During this time, they attracted the attention of many disciples. What's going on? That's the sect master, right? Also, sect master is carrying senior martial brother Diji. What happened? Many disciples of the hidden spirit mountain were puzzled as they discussed among themselves. Obviously, Inshuahai's appearance had aroused their interest and doubts. Let's go and take a look. Thus, many disciples followed behind Inshuahai and gathered around Diji's loft. Inshuahai threw Diji to the ground and said coldly, Traitor, you still have one more chance. Call Qin Wen out for me, and this sect master and brother Zhao will not pursue this matter. Zhao Gu, who had rushed over from behind, naturally heard those words as well. He frowned slightly. It was obvious that Inshuahai was trying to protect Diji. However, he didn't really care. His goal was to kill Zhao Qi's murderer. After all, it was indeed extremely rude to kill someone's disciple in their territory. Zhao Gu would not go so far as to not give Inshuahai face. Diji staggered as he stood up. He stared at Inshuahai as a desolate smile appeared on his face. He had finally seen through Inshuahai. The latter was a person who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Creak. Just as Diji was about to speak, the sound of the door opening came from the loft behind him. Then, a slender figure slowly walked out and appeared before everyone's eyes. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Everyone's gaze fell on the figure. Inshuahai and Zhao Gu were no exception. Diji, on the other hand, was somewhat anxious. He did not expect that Zhuo Wen would actually appear at this juncture. This was really taking the initiative to throw himself at the muzzle of the gun. You're Qin Wen, right? Inshuahai's eyes were sharp. He could see the anxiety in Diji's eyes at a glance. He took a step forward and stood 10 meters away from Zhuo Wen. He raised his chin and said condescendingly, Zhuo Wen's aura was completely reined in. During the 5 days he had been in the residence, he had spent most of his time assimilating the gold core of the great sage gold core. Finally, he had completely absorbed the medicinal strength of the gold core. However, he was disappointed that he still did not make a breakthrough. However, he had stabilized his sage-to-be realm and raised it to the peak state. He was only half a step away from the sage realm. Now, Zhuo Wen finally knew how difficult it was for him to make the pilgrimage realm. Although he still had a supreme saint gold core, he did not dare to use it recklessly. Now that he had broken through the pilgrimage realm, it was not his foundation, but a trace of opportunity. No matter how much medicinal efficacy he consumed, it would be difficult for him to make a breakthrough. After refining the supreme saint gold core, Zhuo Wen naturally would not continue to stay in the room. He immediately pushed the door open and saw this scene. In particular, this Yin Shuahai was actually acting tough in front of him, which made Zhuowen's eyes look a little strange. "Who are you?" Zhuowen frowned and asked indifferently. Yin Shuahai's face stiffened. This young man in front of him was in his sect, but he did not know who he was. This was definitely a great irony. "I'm the sect master of Hidden Soul Mountain. I asked you a question just now. You haven't answered me yet," Yin Shuahai said coldly. Zhuowen was stunned. He did not expect this Yin Shuahai in front of him to be so aggressive. It seemed that he, Zhuowen, had never seen this Yin Shuahai before. "I'm Qinwen. Are you looking for me?" Zhuowen said indifferently. "So it's Qinwen. That Zhao Qi was killed by you, right? Now hurry up and kneel down and apologize to Brother Zhao. Then, bind your hands and let Brother Zhao deal with you. This is your only choice to live," Yin Shuahai said casually. Zhao Gu stepped forward and stared coldly at Zhuowen. "You've got guts. You actually dared to kill Zhao Qi. Don't you know that he's a disciple of Saint Martial sect?" "I know. That's why I killed him." Zhuowen's answer immediately shocked everyone. This guy actually admitted it openly, and in front of Zhao Gu. This was a disguised slap in the face. Zhao Gu was silent for a moment. Then, instead of being angry, he laughed. "You've got guts. You actually dare to admit that you killed Zhao Qi in front of me. Do you know my relationship with Zhao Qi? What does your relationship with Zhao Qi have to do with me? You've said so much nonsense. Don't you just want to take revenge?" Zhuowen said indifferently. There was no other emotion on his face. "You've got guts. Zhao Qi is my nephew. You killed him. Today I'll kill you. Take this guy down." The veins on Zhao Ji's forehead bulged. He wanted to see fear, regret, or other negative emotions in Zhuowen's eyes. However, to his disappointment, Zhuowen was indifferent. Therefore, he was furious. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as Zhao Ji's words came out, the four men behind him nodded in agreement. They split into four directions and surrounded Zhuowen. Four powerful emperor auras spread out. Four high-level martial emperors? Diji's face turned pale. He didn't expect Zhao Gu to bring four high-level martial emperors. Although Zhuowen had killed high-level martial emperors before, it was only Zhao Qi alone. Now that the four of them had joined forces, could Zhuowen really stop them? Puchi! The sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh rang out continuously, followed by the sound of four heavy objects falling to the ground. Bang 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 bang! A shocking scene immediately appeared before everyone. Zhuowen reached out with his right hand and pulled out the tiger-head deep golden spear. With a flash of light, the four people surrounding him collapsed to the ground. This instant kill? Seeing the four men's auras disappear in an instant, Diji froze on the spot. The surrounding disciples also forgot to speak. Even Zhao Gu and Yin Shuahai were dumbfounded at this moment. "You killed them?" Zhao Gu roared with a ferocious glint in his eyes. "Yes," Zhuowen replied indifferently. Then, he took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood off the tip of the spear nonchalantly. "Sect Master Yin, this kid dares to kill people in your sect. He doesn't put Hidden Spirit Mountain in his eyes. Let's take him down together. Let's see if he can still be so arrogant then." Zhao Gu suddenly turned to Yin Shuahai. Although Zhao Gu was a 9th-level martial emperor, Zhuowen's attack was too fast. That simple spear strike had smoothly pierced through the vital points of the four high-level martial emperors, killing them instantly. Although Zhao Gu was confident, he knew that he couldn't do the same as Zhuowen's attack, so he immediately went to Yin Shuahai. Yin Shuahai was an invincible martial emperor who had mastered the power of law. With his help, it would be easy to take down this young man. Yin Shuahai frowned slightly. Zhuowen's strength had exceeded his expectations. He had thought that this young man was just an ordinary 7th-level martial emperor. He didn't expect him to be able to kill four high-level martial emperors in an instant. Sect Master Een, haven't you always wanted to expand Hidden Spirit Mountain's business to St. Martial City? If you help me, I can give you a piece of land in St. Martial City for you to do business there. What do you think? Seeing Een Shuhai hesitate, Zhao Gu gritted his teeth and said to him, "Deal." Een Shuhai immediately agreed. This world was full of benefits. As long as there were enough benefits, Een Shuhai naturally wouldn't refuse. In fact, it was a good deal for him. "Brother Zhao, you're too polite. This kid dares to cause trouble in Hidden Spirit Mountain. He's too audacious. Today, I'll kill him with my own hand." With that, Een Shuhai put his hands behind his back and took a step forward. Immediately, he appeared above Zhuowen. Boom! Een Shuhai pressed down with his right hand. Suddenly, the power of the law spread out. Then, everyone felt the ground trembling violently as if something was about to break out of its shell. Sect Master is using the law of Earth. Looks like he's going to kill this kid directly. This kid is finished. Feeling the trembling of the ground, many disciples of Hidden Spirit Mountain were shocked and started discussing. Boom! In the midst of the discussion, countless amounts of soil gathered and turned into a huge earth dragon. Een Shuhai stood on top of the earth dragon with his hands behind his back. He looked down at Zhuowen with pity. "Junior, you're pretty strong. But you can only blame yourself for being too arrogant. How dare you kill the people of St. Martial Sect? After you die, don't blame me. You can only blame yourself." With that, Een Shuhai didn't waste any more time. He stomped his right foot and the earth dragon roared and swooped down. Its target was Zhuowen. The power of the law of Earth filled the air. The entire Hidden Spirit Mountain shook. Many disciples who were watching were in awe. They knew very well that under the power of the law of Earth, they were just cannon fodder. Of course, Qin Wen was the same. Zhuowen was very calm. He raised the tiger-head clear golden spear with his right hand. His right arm also showed traces of golden veins. Then, he threw it at the earth dragon. This guy wants to fight the earth dragon head-on? He doesn't have any law power in his body. How dare he do that? He's courting death. Chapter 1449. Submission. Zhuowen didn't care about the mocking laughter around him. His attention was focused on his right arm. At that moment, he silently mobilized a part of the divine body's power. He didn't even bother to use the power of law. The tiger-head clear gold spear suddenly emitted a golden light that was as hard as iron. Boom! Under everyone's gaze, the earthen dragon swooped down and instantly arrived before Zhuowen. Zhuowen's tiger-head clear gold spear slammed into the earthen dragon's head. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. On the earthen dragon's head, Een Shuhai still had his hands behind his back. Looking at the tiger-head clear gold spear that was swinging towards him, he sneered and mocked. Boom! The long spear swept over and slammed into the earthen dragon's head. Immediately, the terrifying earthen dragon's body trembled and it started to cry out. Under everyone's gaze, the earthen dragon's huge head started to crack. "Break!" Zhuowen roared. The tiger-head clear gold spear slammed down and heavily hit the surface of the earthen dragon's head. Then, there was a dull sound and the earthen dragon's head was smashed into pieces. What? Een Shuhai couldn't believe it. The moment the earthen dragon's head was smashed, he jumped and dodged the long spear. Roar! 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 The earthen dragon cried out and then heavily smashed into the ground. Suddenly, there was an extremely dull tremor and the ground started to crack. Whoosh! Zhuowen bounced his legs and suddenly jumped up. He instantly arrived before Een Shuhai. Damn it! Een Shuhai's heart trembled. He didn't expect Zhuowen to be so terrifying. The earthen dragon that was formed by the law of Earth was annihilated so easily. Get lost! Een Shuhai roared. He waved his right hand and the law of Earth revolved around him, forming a thick earthen shield. The law of Earth originated from the Earth. It had the characteristics of being thick and tough. The defense that it set up was extremely strong and tough. Shuahai was extremely confident in his defense. You still have to break. An indifferent voice suddenly sounded. Then, Shuahai's pupils shrunk as he realized that the earthen shield that he had just set up had started to crack. The earthen shield, the shield, the shield, the shield, shield editor. Chrissy, it instantly pierced Shuahai's Chrissy. Poochie. Shuahai suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were lifeless as he stared at the cold-faced young man in front of him. He opened his mouth and was just about to speak when a huge force slammed into his abdomen, causing him to bend over. Zhuowen's eyes were cold and emotionless. He swung his spear again and threw Shuahai down from the air. Plop! Shuahai landed heavily on the ground. His internal organs felt as if they were on fire. He was in extreme pain and kept twitching on the ground. Whoosh! Zhuowen suddenly landed in front of Shuahai and stomped his right foot on Shuahai's chest. Only then did Shuahai's twitching body calm down and was firmly pressed down by Zhuowen. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Gasps could be heard one after another. All the disciples of Hidden Spirit Mountain were petrified and dumbstruck. Shuahai was the sect master of Hidden Spirit Mountain. He was the sect master of Hidden Spirit Mountain and an invincible sovereign lord who had comprehended the laws. Now, he was defeated by a young man who was only at the 7th level of the Emperor realm. The crowd suddenly felt that this world was too crazy. How could a 7th level great emperor defeat an unrivaled monarch lord? Zhao Gu was also stunned. His eyes flickered and he slowly stepped back, but his heart was beating wildly. This Qin Wen was too strange. How could a 7th level martial emperor have such terrifying battle prowess? Even Shuahai was defeated by him in a few moves. Condoning the people of other sects to bully your own disciples. What's the use of being a sect master who bullies the weak and fears the strong? Zhuowen's voice was cold. He clenched his right hand and the tiger-head clear golden spear was pointed at Shuahai's neck. No. I am the sect master of Hidden Spirit Mountain. Do you dare to kill me? Shuahai kept struggling. Ignorant idiot. Zhuowen was too lazy to care about Shuahai. This guy was still threatening him at this juncture. It was ridiculous. Poochie. A cold light flashed and Shuahai, who was struggling, stopped moving. His head rolled on the ground and blood gushed out from it. Zhuowen's right hand formed a claw and reached into Shuahai's dantian. He grabbed Shuahai's nascent soul and stuffed it into his spirit ring. A nascent soul was very beneficial to the Fushi cauldron. In other words, the Fushi cauldron treated the nascent soul as nourishment. It absorbed the nascent soul's energy to restore itself. Naturally, he would leave the nascent soul for the Fushi cauldron. Sect Master is dead. This guy killed Sect Master. Let's run. This lunatic killed Sect Master. The disciples of the Hidden Spirit Mountain, who were originally watching the show, all revealed expressions of fear. Soon after, they dispersed in an uproar, as if they had encountered something extremely terrifying. Diji was frozen on the spot and looked at Shuahai's corpse. His throat trembled and he didn't know what to say. I say, Brother Zhao Gu, aren't you here for revenge? Why aren't you here yet? An indifferent voice sounded out once again, causing Zhao Gu, who was retreating, to freeze. Run! Without saying a word, Zhao Gu stepped into the void and fled into the distance. If Shuahai was dealt with so easily, then he, who was weaker, wouldn't be able to do anything. However, the moment Zhao Gu escaped 100 meters away, he was intercepted by black chains. These black chains were extremely strange. From time to time, they would let out a clear dragon's roar as if there was a giant dragon trapped in the chains. Clang! Zhao Gu roared angrily and struggled with all his might, but it was to no avail. He was directly bound by the black chain, unable to move. I'm the manager of the outer layer of the Saint Martial sect. You won't get any benefits from killing me. If you let me go, I can give you a lot of benefits. How about it? Zhao Ji's eyes were filled with fear. He quickly listed a lot of benefits to Zhuowen. What benefits? Zhuowen sneered. What benefits do you want? Zhao Gu gritted his teeth and asked. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He asked indifferently, Do you know who the strongest disciple of the Saint Martial sect is? Zhao Gu was stunned. He didn't expect Zhuowen to ask this instead of asking for an exorbitant price. The strongest disciple of the Saint Martial sect is naturally the son of Wu Ho, Wu Zhantian. He started cultivating at the age of 5 and became an emperor at the age of 10. He's now 27 and has reached the peak of the half-saint realm. He's only half a step away from becoming a sage. Zhao Gu said. 27 years old, peak of the half-saint realm? Zhuowen's pupil shrank. The son of Wu Ho, Wu Zhantian's talent is really terrifying. He's not even 30 years old, but his cultivation is already so high. Other than Wu Zhantian, does the Saint Martial sect have any stronger disciples? Zhuowen continued to ask. Zhao Gu frowned. He didn't know why Zhuowen asked this, but for the sake of his life, he answered seriously, Other than Wu Zhantian, there are 3 other direct disciples of Wu Ho. They are Mu Wendi, Lin Anyun, and Song Xian. Song Xian is the strongest of the 3 direct disciples. His cultivation is also very close to that of Wu Ho's son, Wu Zhantian. He's also a half-saint. As for Mu Wendi and Lin Anyun, they are both invincible emperor lords. However, they aren't ordinary invincible emperor lords. The power of law they control is extraordinary, far stronger than ordinary invincible emperor lords. I see. Zhuowen nodded and continued, I can spare your life. Zhao Ji's face lit up, but Zhuowen's next words made his face pale. However, I need you to help me lure the 3 direct disciples and Wu Zhantian out. If you can do it, I'll let you go. As he spoke, Zhuowen flicked his finger and took out a pill with rolling black qi. He stuffed it into Zhao Ji's mouth without hesitation. What did you give me to eat? Zhao Gu shouted. It's a high-grade immortal pill, soul-eroding goo. This goo poison will attach itself to your dantian and feed on your nascent soul until it's completely devoured. Zhuowen said indifferently. Zhao Ji's face changed. This goo poison was too insidious. It actually devoured the most important nascent soul of a cultivator. Once the nascent soul was completely devoured, Zhao Ji's life would also come to an end. Didn't you say you wouldn't kill me? Zhao Gu said in despair. I did say that I wouldn't kill you, but the premise is that you have to complete the task I gave you. After completing it, I'll help you get rid of this goo poison. Don't worry, this goo poison has an incubation period of 3 months. In the first 3 months, this goo worm won't devour your nascent soul. After 3 months, it will quickly devour your nascent soul, so you only have 3 months. Zhuowen said indifferently. Zhao Gu nodded, as if he was grabbing onto a life-saving straw. He said, I will definitely complete the task you gave me. Looking at Zhao Ji's appearance, Zhuowen revealed a smile. He put away the heavenly dragon lock seal and said indifferently, Let's go. Take me to the Saint Martial City. After regaining his freedom, Zhao Gu bowed and cupped his hands respectfully. Soon after, he left the hidden spirit mountain with Zhuowen. Who is this Qin one? His strength is actually so terrifying. Looking at Zhuowen and Zhao Gu leaving, Diji's gaze was extremely complicated. He was sure that Qin Wen was definitely not a simple rogue cultivator. How could a rogue cultivator's strength be so terrifying? But the hidden spirit mountain is completely finished. Regaining his senses, Diji looked at the completely chaotic hidden spirit mountain and sighed deeply. He knew that this was mainly because of Yin Shuahai's own actions. The Saint Martial City was bustling with noise and excitement. 2 streaks of light flew over from the horizon and quickly stopped at the entrance of the Saint Martial City. Lord Qin, this is the Saint Martial City. I have bought a lot of businesses here. Lord Qin can stay here for a while. Zhao Gu hurriedly said to Zhuowen with a flattering smile. Zhuowen's expression did not change as he said indifferently, "You have to complete the task I gave you as soon as possible. You only have 3 months." Zhao Ji's expression changed slightly. He immediately smiled and said, "Lord Qin, don't worry. I will definitely do it for you. Let's enter the city first." Zhuowen nodded, and then Zhao Gu led Zhuowen into the Saint Martial City. Chapter 1450. Life of Luxury, Life of Luxury. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes as he stared at the majestic loft in front of him and the plaque on top of it. The loft was extremely large, and it was brightly lit inside. Light gauze fluttered in the wind, and from time to time, sounds of moaning and teasing could be heard. "Lord Qin, Life of Luxury is one of my biggest businesses. Please come in and have a seat." Zhao Gu smiled flatteringly. Zhuowen didn't refuse and walked into the loft. It was very spacious inside, and there were many people walking around. However, most of them were women in gauze, and their faintly discernible figures attracted many people's attention. After Zhuowen entered Life of Luxury, Zhao Gu had been observing him. When he found that the former wasn't moved at all, his eyes flickered. "Give me one of the best rooms," Zhuowen suddenly said. "Okay, I'll do it right away." Zhao Gu hurriedly nodded his head and came to a counter. On the counter stood a young woman who still retained her charm. Seeing Zhao Gu come, the young woman took the initiative and leaned her graceful body against Zhao Gu. "Io, why didn't you inform me that Lord Zhao is coming?" The young woman smiled. Zhao Gu wasn't in the mood to get close to this young woman. He said indifferently, "Hurry up and give me the best room for this lord." The young woman was startled, and then her beautiful eyes glanced at Zhuowen behind Zhao Gu. Seeing the latter's tall and handsome figure, and Zhao Ji's respectful attitude towards him, she knew that this young man was very likely an outstanding disciple of the sacred martial sect. "Don't worry, Lord Zhao. I'll give this young master the biggest room immediately." The young woman winked at Zhuowen and returned to the counter. She took out a jade tablet and placed it in front of Zhuowen. She leaned in close to Zhuowen and placed the jade tablet in Zhuowen's hand. She exhaled and said, "Young master, this is the Sky Room number 1. It's the best room in the Life of Luxury." As the young woman spoke, she lowered her body slightly and purposely revealed her ample bosom. Zhuowen naturally noticed the young woman's small movements, but he didn't mind. He said, "Zhao Gu, take me there." "Sigh. Mr. Qin, I'll take you there right away." Zhao Gu hurriedly nodded and bowed, leading Zhuowen towards Sky number 1. That respectful attitude of his made the young woman stare blankly. The young woman was well aware of Zhao Ji's identity. He was the outer supervisor of the sacred martial sect and a 9th-level martial emperor. Even the inner disciples of the sacred martial sect did not have the qualifications to make Zhao Gu speak so humbly. Only the 3 personal disciples of Wu Ho, as well as Wu Ho's son, Wu Zhantian, would be able to make Zhao Gu act so respectfully. "This kid's surname is Qin. I don't think there's anyone with the surname Qin in the Saint Martial sect, right? Who is this child?" The more the young woman thought about it, the stranger she felt. Within the Sky Room 1, Zhuowen said indifferently, "Within 10 days, you have to lure out at least 1 personal disciple. Of course, it would be best if you could lure out all 3 personal disciples. This is an order." Zhao Ji's expression changed slightly, but when he saw Zhuowen's cold expression, he could only bite the bullet and nod. After giving a few more instructions, Zhao Gu left the Sky Room 1. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. Previously, Zhuowen had never thought of a good way to take revenge on the sacred martial sect. Now that he had Zhao Gu, it was a lot more convenient. Wu Ho was a saint in the profound sage realm. With Zhuowen's current strength, it was impossible for him to kill a saint. However, although he could not kill the old one, Zhuowen could kill the young one. His goal was Wu Ho's 3 personal disciples and Wu Zhantian. These 4 people should be the main force of the sacred martial sect in the 9 Nether Conference. If the 4 of them were killed, The Saint Martial sex Wu Ho would definitely explode in anger, and Zhuo Wen's goal would be achieved. As for Wu Ho, Zhuo Wen planned to deal with him after he broke through to the Saint realm. Who is it? Suddenly, Zhuo Wen's eyes became sharp as he stared at a certain spot in the room. His voice was extremely cold. Yo! Why is young master so fierce? I'm just here to take a look. A soft snort was heard as she slowly walked in from the door of the room. It was the charming young woman whom he had met at the counter. May I know why you're here? Zhuowen said indifferently. The young woman smiled and suddenly came in front of Zhuowen. A pair of white jade-like hands gently landed on Zhuowen's chest. This young woman looked quite old, but she took good care of herself. Her arms were white and flawless, like mutton-fat jade. They were extremely smooth, giving people the urge to touch them. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He knew that this woman must have seen Zhao Ji's respectful attitude towards him, so she came to curry favor. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept out from Zhuowen's body. The young woman screamed and retreated dozens of steps, sitting on the ground. Scram! Zhuowen sat upright on the meditation cushion and looked down at the young woman. His gaze was piercingly cold, and it was bone-piercingly cold like the dead of winter. The young woman let out a muffled groan and spat out a mouthful of blood. The gust of wind that swept out from Zhuowen earlier was extremely strong. Even though it was only intended to push her away, it still caused her to suffer a certain degree of internal injury. The young woman's beautiful face flushed red, and she left Zhuowen's room dejectedly. After the young woman left, Zhuowen flicked his sleeve and instantly set up a rather powerful restriction in the room. After that, Zhuowen started to meditate and cultivate while silently waiting for news from Zhao Gu. Days passed by. 7 days later, Zhuowen suddenly opened his eyes within the room, and his gaze emitted a blazing bright light. After that, he flipped his right hand and withdrew a communication jade talisman. Lord Qin, I've already found an opportunity to lure Mu Wendi, Lin Anyun, and Song Xian out of Saint Martial City. You can wait for an opportunity to make a move. It wouldn't be too late to make a move after they're further away. Zhao Ji's voice sounded out from the communication jade talisman. Zhao Gu has lured out all 3 of his direct disciples in one go? Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. After pondering for a while, he stood up and pushed open the door, leaving life of luxury. Zhao Gu had already sent his location to him through the communication jade talisman, so Zhuowen quickly chased after him after leaving Saint Martial City. There was a rather large stone forest around 100 kilometers away from Saint Martial City. Rocks that rose into the sky were piled up in a picturesque manner, forming a unique landscape. 4 figures slowly walked through the stone forest. The person in the lead was Zhao Gu. There were 3 people behind Zhao Gu. They were 2 men and a woman. Their presences were extremely tremendous and terrifying. The black-clothed man in his late 20s had the most terrifying presence. This black-clothed man had a dignified temperament. The other 2 subconsciously followed behind this black-clothed man. The black-clothed man suddenly stopped and stared at Zhao Gu. Zhao Gu, you said that you sensed a powerful presence in this stone forest. Moreover, the presence contained a wisp of saint might. You suspected it to be a profound saint artifact. How do you explain that after searching for so long, we still haven't found it? Zhao Gu trembled and hurriedly bowed. Lord Song Xian, this lowly one isn't lying. When this lowly one passed by this place last time, I did sense a wisp of saint might. However, that wisp of saint might disappeared in a flash into this stone forest. Although this lowly one is blind, I know that it's definitely something extraordinary. Only a saint artifact or a saint artifact can emit saint might. Song Xian frowned when he heard that. He said to the man and woman behind him, Wendi, Anyun, let's split up and search. This stone forest is extremely large. If we search together, it'll be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Mu Wendi and Lin Anyun looked at each other and nodded. Senior brother Song Xian is right. Let's split up and search. If we find it, we'll inform each other through the communication jade talisman. The three of them came to an agreement and ignored Zhao Gu. They split into 3 different directions and disappeared into the stone forest. Zhao Gu narrowed his eyes. After the 3 of them split up, he took out the communication jade talisman and sent a message. After that, he leisurely strolled through the stone forest. After witnessing Zhuowen's strength, Zhao Gu knew that Mu Wendi and Lin Anyun weren't a match for Zhuowen. However, the strongest of the 3, Song Xian, was a half-saint. Even Zhuowen wouldn't be easy to deal with. The reason why Zhao Gu lured all 3 of them out was naturally because he had his own plans. He hoped that both sides would suffer great losses. If that happened, the heavily injured Qin Wen would be at his mercy. It wouldn't be difficult for him to extract the antidote for the infant corrosion parasite from Qin Wen. It's best if both sides suffer great losses or Qin Wen is heavily injured, Zhao Gu muttered in a low voice. He stood where he was as if he was waiting for something. Swoosh! After a short while, a black figure quickly flew over and landed in front of Zhao Gu. Lord Qin. Zhao Gu bowed respectfully. Where are the 3 of them? Zhuowen asked indifferently. The 3 of them split up to search for the so-called saint artifact, Zhao Gu said with a faint smile. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said, They actually split up. That's good. You should know where the 3 of them are, right? Take me there. Yes, let's go to Lin Anyun first. Lin Anyun is the weakest of the 3. She has grasped the law of fire. She's not very strong. Zhao Gu bowed and smiled. Then, he led Zhuowen in the direction of Lin Anyun. In the east there were countless sharp stone forests. Lin Anyun, who was dressed in an emerald green robe, slowly walked in the stone forest. Her beautiful eyes were constantly looking around as if she was looking for something. The saint artifact shouldn't be discovered so easily. If I can find the saint artifact, I'm afraid I can directly leave the martial dark realm and find a deserted place to secretly refine it. At that time, my strength will definitely surpass all the half-saints. Lin Anyun muttered as she walked. Clearly, she was eyeing the saint artifact. Who is it? Suddenly, Lin Anyun turned her head and stared behind her as she shouted. Lord Anyun, it's me. A sturdy figure appeared in Lin Anyun's sight. It was Zhao Gu. Zhao Gu, why are you following me? Lin Anyun asked with a frown. Lord Anyun, do you really want to get the saint artifact? I can tell you in detail the direction of the saint aura that I saw back then, Zhao Gu said with a smile. Lin Anyun's beautiful eyes narrowed as she said anxiously, Really? Tell me quickly. Lord Anyun, don't worry. I'll tell you right away. Chapter 1451. Killing a direct disciple. Swoosh. The spear was extremely fast. In just a flash, it had arrived in front of Lin Anyun. Lin Anyun's eyes narrowed slightly as she cried out. A strong sense of danger caused her to involuntarily unleash the laws of fire. In an instant, a blazing sea of fire spread out around her. Swoosh. The spear was like a venomous snake as it arrived in front of Lin Anyun at a tricky angle. Swoosh. A strange sound rang out. Then, Lin Anyun's beautiful eyes narrowed as she discovered that the sea of fire in front of her had split in half. The spear was unobstructed. How is this possible? The defense formed by the laws of fire can't even withstand a single blow? Lin Anyun shrieked. She stomped her foot and retreated rapidly. Her slender hands danced as the laws of fire gathered in front of her to block the spear. However, to her horror, the spear's might was too terrifying. Every time she condensed the laws of fire to attack, the spear would easily break through it. What's wrong with Zhao Gu? How did he become so strong? Why is he trying to kill me? Lin Anyun frowned as she began to think of retreating. Zhao Gu was too strange. She did not dare to fight him head-on. Flaming 9 gates. Without saying anything, Lin Anyun waved her hands. The laws of fire descended from the sky and transformed into 9 huge, flaming gates. Rumble! A terrifying muffled sound resounded, and the ground began to tremble violently. Numerous gigantic fire doors, each of which was dozens of feet tall, were stacked in front of Zhao Gu. There was a total of 9 of them, and they were stacked layer by layer in front of Zhao Gu. "Let's go." After doing all this, Lin Anyun stomped her foot and flew away. At the same time, she took out her communication jade token and immediately sent 2 messages to Mu Wendy and Song Xian. "Break!" An indifferent voice resounded from behind him. Immediately, 9 muffled explosions sounded. The 9 flaming gates instantly collapsed as a slender figure strode out and chased after Lin Anyun. "What kind of monster is this? My flaming 9 gates was destroyed so easily?" Lin Anyun, who was originally fleeing, naturally heard the commotion behind her. When she turned around and saw the shocking scene, she was greatly shocked. How did this guy's speed suddenly become so fast? It's basically teleportation. Lin Anyun's attention shifted from the door of flames to Zhao Gu, and she noticed that the latter had caught up to her as if he had teleported. He was clearly 1,000 meters away, but in the blink of an eye, he was 100 meters behind her. In the blink of an eye, he was only 10 meters away from her. "Where are you looking?" The moment Lin Anyun turned her attention to the back, the Zhao Gu behind her disappeared. Then, an indifferent voice came from in front of her. Lin Anyun turned her head, and her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. She discovered that Zhao Gu, who was originally behind her, had unknowingly appeared in front of her. Whoosh! The long spear pierced through the void, golden light overflowing in all directions as it smashed heavily in front of Lin Anyun. "Damn it!" Lin Anyun cursed inwardly. With a pinch of her jade-like hand, she took out a fiery red long sword from her spirit ring. With a slash of the sword, the air was torn apart. Coupled with the law of fire, the might of the attack was multiplied. Bang! The spear and sword collided. Soon after, Lin Anyun felt her jade-like hands sink, and then the fiery red sword broke with a sound. How is this possible? Lin Anyun only had time to spit out this sentence before the long sword followed and smashed into her chest. Poochie! Lin Anyun spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky, heavily smashing into the stone forest below. In the other 2 directions of the stone forest, 2 figures were constantly searching the stone forest. A communication jade token? It's from junior sister Lin. Could something have happened? Song Xian, who was dressed in black, waved his right hand and took out a communication jade token. His eyes, which were as calm as an ancient well, flickered slightly. "Senior brother, hurry up and save me. I don't know what's wrong with Zhao Gu. He's actually chasing after me, and his strength has become terrifying." A crisp voice entered Song Xian's mind, causing his eyes to narrow slightly. "Zhao Gu? He's only a 9th-level Great Emperor. How can he be junior sister Anyun's match? There's something fishy about this." After pondering for a moment, Song Xian put away the communication jade token and took a step forward, flying in Lin Anyun's direction. However, whether the message was real or not, at least he knew that Lin Anyun was in trouble right now. On the other side of the stone forest, Mu Wendy also put away his communication jade token and flew in Lin Anyun's direction. Rumble! Lin Anyun landed heavily on the ground, but she was quite resilient. She endured the pain and flipped over. Clang! The moment Lin Anyun flipped over, a long spear flew over and stabbed into the ground where Lin Anyun was lying on. Looking at the long spear beside her, Lin Anyun's delicate body trembled. If she had reacted a little slower, she would have been pierced by the long spear. "You're not Zhao Gu. Who are you?" Lin Anyun stood up with difficulty, her beautiful eyes staring fixedly at the figure that was slowly walking over. Although Zhao Gu was an outer elder of the Saint Martial sect, his strength couldn't be this terrifying. Zhao Gu was expressionless. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Lin Anyun as if he had teleported. He pulled out the long spear with his right hand. "The person who will kill you." After Zhao Gu finished speaking, A blazing golden light burst out from his right hand. If one looked closely, the golden light formed strange veins on his arm. Whoosh! The long spear was too fast. It was so fast that Lin Anyun couldn't catch it. No. Stop. Zhao Gu, you've gone too far. Two furious roars rushed over and resounded through the entire stone forest. Their voices were filled with shock and anger. Zhao Gu was expressionless. The long spear followed its original trajectory and swept past Lin Anyun's fair neck. Poochie! Lin Anyun's beautiful eyes were glazed. Before she could react, her head was thrown high into the air. A pillar of blood shot into the sky. Zhao Gu was ruthless. He grabbed Lin Anyun's nascent soul and placed it between his eyebrows. He planned to let the Fushi cauldron absorb the nascent soul. You're courting death. Song Xian and Mu Wendy's pupils shrank. Their eyes were filled with rage. Mu Wendy even roared like a mad wolf. Whoosh! Soon after, Mu Wendy was even faster than Song Xian. He arrived in front of Zhuowen in an instant and unleashed the energy of the law. Bind! Mu Wendy roared. The energy of the law instantly enveloped Zhao Gu like invisible air. A terrifying binding force wrapped around Zhao Gu, making it impossible for him to move. You've got guts. How dare you kill junior sister Anyun? Today, I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. Mu Wendy's eyes were bloodshot. He seemed to have lost his mind. He walked step by step towards Zhuowen and pulled out a long saber with his right hand. Zhao Gu's eyes were calm. He didn't seem to be aware that he was in a desperate situation. Not far away, Song Xian slowly calmed down. His gaze fell on Zhao Gu. He was surprised when he saw the calm expression on the latter's face. Isn't Zhao Gu a little too calm? He doesn't seem like someone who's in a desperate situation. Something strange, Song Xian muttered. Just as he was about to warn Mu Wendy, a terrifying aura suddenly burst out from below. At this moment, Mu Wendy was only 3 meters away from Zhao Gu. Even the hideous smile on Mu Wendy's face could be clearly seen. Die. Zhao Gu suddenly revealed a trace of a strange smile. Soon after, an extremely terrifying flame erupted from his entire body and immediately shattered the binding force. Moreover, the flames adhered to the surface of Zhao Gu's body, forming numerous fire veins. Then, he suddenly threw a punch at Mu Wendy. Mu Wendy's face stiffened. He hurriedly parried. He clearly didn't expect this to happen. He only had time to place the long saber in front of him to block the attack. Crack! The flaming fist arrived in an instant and slammed into the long saber. Soon after, cracks appeared on the long saber's surface. Moreover, the cracks continued to expand. In the end, the long saber shattered. The fist heavily slammed into Mu Wendy's chest. The powerful force and the scorching flames caused Mu Wendy to vomit a mouthful of blood as he was smashed to the ground. How is this possible? He shattered a high-grade emperor weapon with a single punch. What kind of monstrous strength is this? Mu Wendy struggled on the ground. Fresh blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were fixed on Zhao Gu, filled with disbelief. Zhao Gu's movements were extremely fast, without the slightest hesitation. The moment he knocked Mu Wendy to the ground, he grabbed the long spear in his hand and fiercely spun it. The long spear spun violently and stabbed towards Mu Wendy's heart. Damn it! Junior brother Wendy! Song Xian roared. Zhuowen was too fast. In the blink of an eye, Mu Wendy was knocked to the ground. Lin Anyun was dead. Song Xian naturally couldn't let Mu Wendy die in front of him. 10,000 miles of falling snow. Song Xian took a step forward. The law of ice burst out from his body. Instantly, the entire stone forest was covered in a large amount of snow. It was extremely terrifying. A wave of icy energy swept over like a hurricane, causing Zhao Gu to stiffen. The law of ice? But you can't stop me. Zhao Gu sneered. Another wave of law surged out from his body. Ice blue cold air soared into the sky, forming a huge snowstorm that blocked the approaching Song Xian. You also have the law of ice. In addition to the law of fire, you have mastered 2 types of law? The snowstorm was very powerful. It completely blocked Song Xian's charging figure, preventing him from approaching. Zhao Gu ignored Song Xian. The long spear didn't slow down. With a poochie sound, the long spear pierced through Mu Wendy's chest. No! Mu Wendy roared. Blood spurted out from his mouth. His eyes were wide open. He died with everlasting regret. The moment the long spear pierced through his body, the vitality in his body was destroyed by the tyrannical power. Zhao Gu put away his nascent soul. Then, he looked up at the ugly-looking Song Xian and grinned. It's your turn now. Song Xian retreated dozens of steps. His eyes were filled with fear. He couldn't see through this Zhao Gu in front of him. Who are you? Song Xian asked in a low voice. Chapter 1452. Song Xian, where's Zhao Gu? Song Xian asked darkly. I killed him, of course, Zhuowen said indifferently. Song Xian's eyes were filled with fury. He said, You've got guts. Zhao Gu is the outer supervisor of the Saint Martial sect. Wen De and Yen are both direct disciples of the Martial Marquis. How dare you kill the 3 of them? Don't worry. It's not just them. I'll take care of you as well. Zhuowen nodded seriously. This attitude made Song Xian's face turn red. He was about to explode from anger. Although you've mastered 2 types of laws, you're just an invincible emperor lord. Aren't you being a little too arrogant? Song Xian smiled coldly. He clenched his right hand, and a palm-sized black ball appeared above his head. This black sphere contains a powerful power of law. This power of law is very familiar. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and stared at the black ball floating above Song Xian's head. Dark barrier, Song Xian said indifferently. The black ball instantly exploded. Countless black tentacles shot out in all directions. In an instant, the area within 100 miles of Zhuowen was covered in darkness. If one looked from the outside, they would see a huge black ball that was 100 miles wide. Dark energy surged out of it. It looked extremely terrifying. The laws of darkness. Zhuowen murmured in the empty darkness. No wonder Song Xian's power of law was so familiar. It was the laws of darkness. Long Xiaotian also had the laws of darkness. Its power was extraordinary. As he spoke, powerful flames erupted around Zhuowen. The darkness within a dozen feet of him was instantly dispelled by the flames. The laws of darkness is a special law. It's stronger than your laws of ice and fire combined. So what if you have 2 types of laws? Your cultivation is inferior to mine, and your laws aren't strong. You're dead. An indifferent voice rang out in the dark barrier. It echoed in Zhuowen's ears. The latter couldn't help but frown. Whoosh! The sound of something tearing through the air rang out behind him. Zhuowen raised his eyebrows and released his sharp perception. He suddenly bent down, and a pitch-black longsword streaked across the top of Zhuowen's head with a tearing sound. Clang! Zhuowen threw a punch behind him, smashing into the pitch-black longsword, followed by a muffled groan. What a strong brute force! To think that your physical body would be this frightening as well. I really want to know just how strong you are. However, I have to kill you today. A sinister laugh rang out from the darkness. It was Song Xian's voice. Soon after, Zhuowen discovered that the surrounding darkness had begun to squirm. In the end, they turned into shadows. To be more precise, they were Song Xian's shadows. These shadows all held pitch-black swords and charged at Zhuowen like black rain. Since you look down on my laws of ice and fire, I'll let you experience the power of these 2 laws. Zhuowen spat out these words indifferently. The energies of ice and fire began to surge to the surface of his body. His vigorous body was half blue and half red. His veins emitted a faint light, looking strange yet distinct. Zhuowen's eyes became extremely strange. His right eye was ice blue and filled with a dense chill, while his left eye was fiery red and burning. Boom! The moment he combined the laws of ice and fire, Zhuowen moved. He threw a punch, and the terrifying wind from his punch almost shattered the air. Then, the energies of ice and fire soared into the sky, condensing into a huge palace of ice and fire. Bang! The palace of ice and fire came crashing down like a mountain. Immediately, hundreds of thousands of shadows were crushed to the bottom, unable to move at all. Bang! 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 Zhuowen threw punch after punch. The ice and fire energy from each punch condensed into huge palaces of ice and fire in the air. The palaces of ice and fire pressed down, blocking the densely packed black figures in the surroundings. Damn it! A flustered and exasperated voice came from the darkness. It was vague and indistinct. It should be Song Xian's voice. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. 2 different colors alternated in his eyes. It looked extremely strange. He muttered in a low voice, "The laws of darkness are indeed difficult to deal with. The darkness of this darkness boundary is unusual. I can't see through it at all. However, I have mental power. I can use mental power to replace my eyes and sense Song Xian's location." With that, Zhuowen closed his eyes. His mud pill palace operated at high speed. Mental power surged out like countless tentacles that stretched for hundreds of miles. To Zhuowen's surprise, the darkness boundary created by the laws of darkness didn't hinder the spread of his mental power at all. Where is Song Xian? With his eyes closed, Zhuowen relied entirely on his mental power to sense the surrounding situation and search for Song Xian's figure. Found him. He's right here. Not long after, Zhuowen's senses found a figure. This figure was hidden in an inconspicuous corner on the left side of the darkness boundary. The laws of darkness enveloped this figure, causing him to completely blend into the darkness. Zhuowen didn't make a sound. He slowly approached the corner where Song Xian was. When he was a few dozen meters away, Song Xian suddenly raised his head. There was a trace of surprise in his eyes. "What's going on with Zhuowen? He seems to be moving towards me. Did he discover me?" Song Xian frowned slightly and muttered in a low voice. However, he didn't believe it. The darkness created by the laws of darkness was difficult to see with the naked eye. He didn't believe that Zhuowen could discover him. However, when Zhuowen was only 10 meters away from him, Song Xian suddenly retreated. This time, he had no choice but to believe it. After all, how could Zhuowen be so certain that he was coming towards him? Kill! At this moment, Zhuowen leaped up with the tiger head clear gold spear in his hand. His entire body turned into an afterimage as he charged towards Song Xian. Darkness crush. Song Xian's expression was a little ugly. He hadn't expected that Zhuowen would actually discover him. He immediately mobilized the laws of darkness. Waves of dark energy came from all directions and pressed towards Zhuowen like countless tentacles. Break! Zhuowen wasn't afraid at all. He swung his spear. The energy of ice and fire turned into countless blades that swept out. Instantly, the countless black tentacles around him were sliced apart. "Damn it!" Song Xian snorted coldly. He made a grabbing motion with both hands. The laws of darkness gathered in his palms and formed 2 black swords. Ding ding! He swung the 2 swords, creating a powerful sword dance that slashed at the spear. The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. Boom boom boom! Zhuowen naturally wasn't to be outdone. He swung his spear again and again. The energy of ice and fire were like pythons that would sweep out from tricky angles, aiming for Song Xian's vitals. However, Song Xian would always use the laws of darkness to evade the attacks. As a result, Song Xian was completely at a disadvantage between the 2 of them. The more Song Xian fought, the more shocked he became. How could this young man be so powerful? He was a half-saint who had mastered the laws of darkness. It was unbelievable that he was at an absolute disadvantage. Poochie! Song Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as snow. His lips and teeth were trembling. He looked at Zhuowen again. Zhuowen was unharmed. Instead, he seemed to be getting stronger as the battle went on. At this moment, Song Xian already had thoughts of retreating. But soon a ruthless look appeared in his eyes. If I detonate the dark barrier, I might be able to defeat him. Thinking of this, Song Xian immediately blended into the darkness and retreated. Before long, he had retreated to the edge of the barrier. Zhuowen was slightly puzzled, but he still chased after Song Xian. However, Song Xian revealed a trace of a strange smile, and he actually entered the edge of the darkness and instantly vanished. Song Xian left the dark barrier. Zhuowen arrived at the edge of the barrier and smashed his spear at it. He found that the barrier formed by the laws of darkness was exceptionally sturdy. He couldn't damage it at all. Oh, the surrounding dark energy is starting to go berserk. Zhuowen sensed something and looked around. He found that the darkness around him was wriggling violently. It was like black soil. It was extremely terrifying. Outside the dark barrier, Song Xian's eyes were ferocious. He said coldly, "You should be able to die peacefully under the dark barrier." As he spoke, Song Xian stood in the air and formed seals with his hands. Then, he slammed his right palm on the surface of the dark barrier. Puss! Puss! The surface of the dark barrier began to wriggle violently. A wave of violent energy spread out. Rumble! The wriggling of the dark barrier did not last for long. The instant it reached its limit, it exploded with a loud bang. Terrifying explosive energy overflowed in all directions, shooting straight into the sky, causing the sky to darken by a lot. The explosion of dark energy might not be as brilliant as an ordinary explosion, but its power was far beyond that of an ordinary explosion. The surrounding stone forest was turned into ruins by the dark energy. Several hundred miles away, at the top of an inconspicuous stone forest, Zhao Gu crouched down and looked at the scene in shock. Song Xian detonated the dark barrier. Zhuowen is most likely dead. This. Zhao Ji's eyes were wide open. Qinwen couldn't die. He had been poisoned by the infant corrosion goo. If Qinwen died, he wouldn't be able to live for more than 3 months. He would also be finished. It's over. Qinwen is dead. I'm also finished, Zhao Gu said dejectedly. The explosion of darkness energy lasted for a cup of tea's time. Then, it gradually disappeared. Song Xian, who was floating in the air, looked down with indifferent eyes. He was shocked to find a huge palace of ice and fire standing below. This palace of ice and fire was completely different from the one Zhuowen had summoned before. Its surface was covered in 9 colors. Among the 9 colors there were strands of pitch black. It looked extremely strange. For some reason, this palace of ice and fire gave Song Xian a great sense of danger. It was even more dangerous than any of the palaces that Zhuowen had summoned before. Dark barrier? It doesn't seem very powerful. Chapter 1453. Thump. How is this possible? Song Xian's eyes narrowed as he roared. He flipped his hands in a seal, and the law of darkness surged. At the same time, a ray of black light shot out from between his brows. The black light and the law of darkness fused together, erupting with terrifying black light. Then, the black light began to wriggle wildly with the help of the law of darkness. In the end, it formed a strange beast that was several meters long. It was pitch black, like a tiger with dog fur. It was 2 feet long, had a human face, tiger feet, pig teeth, and a tail that was 18 feet long. My armor soul, Bian. After fusing with the law of darkness, it's even stronger than before. If you don't summon your armor soul, you'll die without a doubt. Song Xian calmed down a lot after summoning his armor soul. He looked down at the young man standing in the ice fire palace, and said indifferently, I really don't need to summon my armor soul to deal with you. Zhuowen said indifferently. He pushed off with his right foot and somersaulted out of the ice fire palace. Then, he swung his spear and smashed it into the side of the palace. Rumble! the ice and fire palace, which was hundreds of meters tall, rose from the ground and shot toward Song Xian. Humph! How dare you be so arrogant? Song Xian snorted coldly and waved his right hand. Baian roared and stomped its thick front hooves in the air. It descended from the sky like a vigorous leopard. Rumble! When the Baian arrived in front of the ice and fire palace, it suddenly swung its front hooves and landed on the ice and fire palace, causing a series of explosions to resound. Terrifying law of darkness erupted from Baian's body. The law of darkness turned into black lightning that spread around Baian. Then, Baian's strength increased by hundreds and thousands. Bang! With the help of the law of darkness, Baian punched through the ice-fire palace. Then, it turned into a black shadow that shuttled through the palace and destroyed it. In just an instant, the ice-fire palace collapsed and disappeared into thin air. Oh? It broke through the ice-fire palace? Zhuowen was stunned. He hadn't expected Song Xian's armor soul to be so strong. Even the ice-fire palace couldn't withstand it. Arrogant and conceited fellow, you will pay the price later. The corners of Song Xian's mouth curled into a smile, and a trace of pride appeared in his eyes. Clearly, he was quite excited that Tao Wu had destroyed the ice-fire palace. At the same time, he felt that the young man in front of him shouldn't have any more trump cards. Whoosh! Upon receiving Song Xian's order, Baian roared and swooped down toward Zhuowen. At the same time, Song Xian followed closely behind. The law of darkness condensed a black blade in his hands as he leaped onto Baian's back. He looked down at Zhuowen from above, as if he was examining his prey. Zhuowen took a deep breath and gathered the power of the void on his right fist. The void laws were much stronger than the ice and fire laws. In fact, they were even more terrifying than Song Xian's darkness laws. Void! With a low shout, Zhuowen suddenly punched out. The laws of the void revolved around his right fist, erupting with powerful void force. You're courting death. Song Xian sneered at the sight of Zhuowen's gentle punch. Baian clawed down to meet Zhuowen's punch. Rumble! Song Xian's face immediately froze. He felt as if the surrounding void had collapsed the moment Zhuowen's punch arrived. Then, the small part of the void where Baian's claw was located began to shatter. Oh! Baian cried out miserably as his right claw was crushed along with the shattering void. It's not over yet. Zhuowen bent down and punched again. The power of the void laws surged out and landed on Baian's chest. Then, the power of the void spread all over Baian's body. Crack! Baian cried out miserably as the power of the void surrounded him. Cracks appeared on his body, and in the end, he shattered like glass. Song Xian was shocked. He stomped his right foot and hurriedly left Baian's body. Looking at the shattered Baian, his whole body trembled. The power of the law again. Other than the laws of ice and fire, you have a third one? What kind of law is that? It's so powerful! Song Xian exclaimed in disbelief. The law of the void. You can die in peace now. Zhuowen slowly raised his head and stepped into the void. When he reappeared, he was behind Song Xian. He clenched his fist, and the void around Song Xian froze. Song Xian's body was also frozen, unable to move. I'm the first personal disciple of the Saint Martial sect. You can't kill me! Song Xian roared, both shocked and enraged. The fear of death made him completely abandon his dignity and beg Zhuowen for mercy. It's because you're a personal disciple of the Saint Martial sect that you deserve to die. Zhuowen didn't waste any more words. He clenched his right hand, and the power of the void that trapped Song Xian began to compress. Then, inch by inch, Song Xian was crushed into nothingness. Hiss! What a terrifying guy! Song Xian was killed just like that. And he has mastered 3 kinds of laws. Who is this Qin one? Hundreds of miles away, Zhao Gu, who had been watching the battle, gasped when he saw this scene. Just now, when the two of them were fighting, he had clearly seen Zhuowen release the power of the laws of ice, fire, and the void. Anyone who could master 3 kinds of laws was definitely a genius, a peerless genius. When he grew up, he would definitely be a terrifying expert at the level of a mighty hero. After doing all this, Zhuowen seemed very calm. With his current strength, he could crush an ordinary half-saint even without using the power of the saint body. Song Xian's strength definitely surpassed that of an ordinary half-saint, but he was still nothing in front of Zhuowen. After all, the law of the void was extremely terrifying. Combined with the law of ice and the law of fire, he would be invincible among half-saints. Of course, if Zhuowen used the 2 special laws of death and desolation, he could definitely kill Song Xian. But that would be a waste of talent. Lord Qin. Zhao Gu rushed over and stood respectfully beside Zhuowen like an obedient servant. Originally, he thought that Zhuowen and Song Xian would both be injured, and then he would sit back and reap the benefit. But now it seemed that he was completely wrong and very wrong. Qin Wen was like a vast ocean in front of him. He couldn't see through him at all. Even Zhao Gu was a little uncertain about his cultivation. Previously, Qin Wen had shown that his cultivation was at the 7th level Emperor realm. Later, it was the 9th level Emperor realm. Now, he was directly at the half-saint realm. Zhao Gu was really afraid that this guy was still hiding his strength. Maybe this young man in front of him was a saint. He shouldn't be a saint. If he was, he would have crushed Song Xian and the other 2. He wouldn't have fought for so long. Zhao Gu thought to himself. At the same time, he came to a conclusion about Zhuowen's strength. He was infinitely close to a saint, much stronger than most half-saints. Zhao Gu, let's go back to Saint Martial City. Zhuowen glanced indifferently at Zhao Gu, then left the stone forest. Zhao Gu naturally didn't dare to object, and followed closely behind. Zhuowen's gaze fell on Saint Martial City, and a playful smile appeared on his face. His next target was Wu Ho's son Wu Zhantian. In the core area of the Saint Martial sect, a majestic building stood tall. This building was called the Life Tablet Pavilion, and it held the life tablets of the sect's important disciples and higher-ups. When these important people died, their corresponding life tablets would shatter. Crack, crack, crack. At the same time, the sound of 3 glass shattering rang out from the building. What's going on? I think I heard something shattering coming from the attic. The 2 guards standing at the entrance of the Life Tablet Pavilion looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. Let's go in and take a look. One of the guards suggested, and the other immediately agreed. Thus, the 2 of them pushed open the door and entered. This is bad. The life tablets of all 3 of Wu Ho's direct disciples have shattered. We must inform Wu Ho as soon as possible. The 2 guards sat down on the ground, and immediately realized the severity of the situation. They immediately stood up and left the Life Tablet Pavilion. In the central hall of the Saint Martial sect, an old man held a walking stick with both hands, and looked at the 2 trembling guards with a dignified gaze. You mean to say that Song Xian, Mu Wendi and Lin Anyun's life tablets have all shattered? Although the old man's voice was calm, there was a hint of murderous intent in his tone. It was like the calm before the storm. Great Elder, I saw it with my own eyes. I can't be wrong. The 2 guards kneeled on the ground and hurriedly said. Crack. The old man suddenly gripped his walking stick. Instantly, the wooden walking stick turned into countless wood shavings and flew everywhere. How dare you? Who is it? How dare you kill 3 of my Saint Martial sect's personal disciples? As he spoke, a terrifying saint aura burst out from the old man's body and spread throughout the entire hall. The 2 guards who were prostrating on the ground couldn't withstand it and stuck to the ground, unable to get up at all. Great Elder, I'm afraid there's something fishy about this. A faint voice came from the back of the hall, followed by steady footsteps. When the footsteps stopped, a young man who was no more than 30 years old appeared in the old man's line of sight. The young man had thick eyebrows and a high nose. His eyes were as bright as silver stars, and he had a medium build and strong limbs. At first glance, he didn't look like a dazzling figure, but he inadvertently revealed a fierce and powerful aura, giving people the feeling that he was unshakable. "Jean-Tien, did you discover something?" The old man's eyes flashed, and his tone softened a lot. The young man in front of him was Wu Ho's son, Wu Jean-Tien. His talent was terrifying, and his strength was abnormal. Although he hadn't entered the saint realm yet, his strength had far surpassed that of an ordinary half-saint, and was infinitely close to that of a profound sage. Even if Wu Jean-Tien encountered a profound sage powerhouse, he might not be a match for them, but he could still escape if he wanted to. This was an extremely amazing thing. Chapter 1454. Wu Jean-Tien, I sensed something the moment their life tablets shattered. That's why I went to investigate their whereabouts today, Wu Jean-Tien said unhurriedly. What did you find? The old man's eyes lit up. Wu Jean-Tien's gaze was deep as he said, the three of them followed Zhao Gu out of St. Martial City today, and their life tablets shattered one after another. You mean to say that Zhao Gu was the one who killed them? The old man asked in surprise. That's not true. Zhao Ji's strength can't possibly be that strong. I'm afraid that Zhao Gu joined forces with outsiders to lure out Song Xian and the other two before killing them. After all, Zhao Ji's life plate is still intact, Wu Jean-Tien said indifferently. The old man stood up and said, What a Zhao Gu! He actually dared to collude with others to kill 3 direct disciples of my Saint Martial sect. He's simply courting death. He really deserves to die. If I'm not wrong, it's very likely that the ones who killed them were experts from other secluded realms. There must be saints among them, Wu Jean-Tien said with killing intent in his eyes. Damn it! How dare they bully our martial dark realm like this? Killing Song Xian and the other two is probably to weaken our sacred martial sect's chances of victory in the 9 Underworld Conference. Damn it! The old man said resentfully. Should we inform the sect master? The old man continued to ask. Wu Jean-Tien shook his head and said, There's no need for that. Even if it's the other secluded realms, it's impossible for them to send powerful saints. Otherwise, Father would definitely sense it. Moreover, Father is at the critical moment of breaking through to the Sky Sage realm. It's best not to disturb him. The old man nodded in agreement. Although his cultivation was higher than Wu Jean-Tien's, his status in the sect was equal to Wu Jean-Tien's. After all, Wu Jean-Tien was the son of a martial marquis, and extremely talented. Once he broke through to the profound sage realm, his strength would definitely surpass this old man's. The old man was naturally very polite to Wu Jean-Tien. What we need to do now is to search the entire city for Zhao Gu. Once we find him, we'll be able to find the person behind him. I'll have to trouble you to arrange this, First Elder, Wu Jean-Tien said as he cupped his hands respectfully towards the old man. His attitude made the old man beam with joy. No problem. Leave the search to me. Once there's a result, I'll inform you. The old man smiled. After another round of discussion, Wu Jean-Tien left the main hall while the old man continued to search for Zhao Gu. Outside the Martial Saint City, Zhuowen waved his right hand and stopped Zhao Gu from continuing forward. What's wrong, Lord Qin? Zhao Gu asked curiously. You're wanted, Zhuowen said calmly. Zhao Gu was taken aback. Soon after, he followed Zhuowen's gaze and landed on the piece of paper pasted at the entrance. There was a portrait drawn on the paper. The portrait belonged to Zhao Gu. This Zhao Ji's face turned ugly. He quickly turned around and covered his face so that the guards at the city gate wouldn't see him. Looks like the Saint Martial sect already knows about Song Xian and the other two's death. They're already pointing their spear at you, Zhuowen said calmly. Lord Qin, what should I do now? Zhao Gu asked anxiously. Leave the martial dark realm. Go as far as you can, Zhuowen said calmly. Zhao Gu nodded. Soon after, he said hesitantly, Lord Qin, What about the antidote for my soul-eroding venomous insect? Take it. Zhuowen flicked his finger and handed Zhao Gu a simple and unadorned pill. Zhao Gu took the pill and smiled happily. He cupped his hands at Zhuowen and hurriedly fled in the opposite direction of the Martial Saint City. Now that he was wanted by the Saint Martial sect, how would he dare to enter the Martial Saint City and walk right into their trap? The Saint Martial sect's reaction is really fast. Zhuowen did not pay any attention to Zhao Gu, who had left. Instead, he directly stepped into Martial Saint City. Without a doubt, the Martial Saint City was currently in a state of panic and was heavily guarded. On the large streets, groups of disciples wearing the Saint Martial sect's uniform were constantly inspecting the surroundings. Zhuowen was even questioned a few times. However, Zhuowen answered fluently and quickly dismissed the Saint Martial sect's disciples' interrogation. I can't go to the life of luxury anymore. I have to find a new inn to stay in first. Zhuowen shook his head as he looked at the surrounding people who were in a state of panic. He quickly left the street and randomly chose an inconspicuous inn, after which, he booked a room and checked in. I can't use the name Qinwen anymore. I'm afraid that Zhao Gu won't be able to escape from the martial dark realm. Sitting cross-legged in the dark room, Zhuowen muttered softly. The muscles on his face squirmed again. His originally handsome face began to become ordinary and honest. If Zhuowen was a valiant young master before, he was now a mountain village youth. When he smiled, he could reveal a row of white and flawless teeth. He looked quite dry. My new name will be He-One. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this month, the Martial Saint City could be said to be in a state of panic. The Saint Martial sect had mobilized all their disciples to search for Zhao Gu. As for Zhuowen, he would go out every day to gather information. His only goal now was the son of the martial marquis Wu Zhantian. After killing Wu Zhantian, he planned to return to the Divine Void Realm and wait for the 9 Netherworld Realm to begin. After all, time was limited. Zhuowen couldn't take revenge on every Netherworld Realm. It was too much of a waste of time. After completing the revenge plan in the Martial Dark Realm, Zhuowen planned to take revenge on the remaining Netherworld realms in the 9 Netherworld Conference. I heard that Zhao Gu was captured yesterday and is now being escorted back to the Saint Martial sect. This Zhao Gu is really daring. He actually colluded with outsiders to kill Song Yuan, Mu Wende, and Lin Anyun, the 3 direct disciples of the Saint Martial sect. There must be something wrong with his head. I heard that there's someone behind this Zhao Gu. It's said to be a young man named Qinwen. What's even more unbelievable is that the one who killed the 3 was also Qinwen. This Qinwen is really powerful. Where did he come from? He actually killed 3 direct disciples of the Saint Martial sect by himself. Walking out of the inn, Zhuowen heard the discussions of many cultivators in the restaurant. Among them, Qinwen's name had spread throughout the Martial Saint City. He had killed 3 direct disciples of the Saint Martial sect by himself, including the half-step Saint Song Yuan. Moreover, Qinwen was still young. Therefore, once the news spread, Qinwen's name spread throughout the Martial Saint City. All of you, shut up. Whoever dares to mention Qinwen again, I'll tear their mouths apart. Suddenly, an angry snort rang out in the inn. Then, the heated discussions of the crowd quieted down and their gazes fell on the source of the voice. It came from a table near the window. There were 7 figures sitting at the table, 5 men and 2 women. The one who had slammed the table and stood up was a young woman. The woman wore a long green dress. Her lips were thin, revealing a trace of harshness. At this moment, her beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent as she stared unkindly at the people who were discussing around her. It's Wu Zhirong, the daughter of Marquis Wu. I didn't expect her to be in this inn. How unlucky. The cultivators who had been talking loudly just now kept quiet out of fear. They didn't dare to refute or make a sound. This Wu Zhirong's background wasn't small. They didn't dare to be presumptuous. Marquis Wu's daughter? Zhuowen's eyes narrowed dangerously. He retreated to a corner and coldly watched the scene in the inn. What's wrong? Weren't you all talking happily just now? Why are you all silent now? Wu Zhirong said sarcastically. The inn became very quiet. No one spoke. In front of Marquis Wu's daughter, who dared to speak carelessly. Since you all aren't talking, then I'll drag you out and continue. Wu Zhirong sneered. Then, she gave a look to the 5 male disciples of the sacred martial sect at the table. The 5 male disciples nodded as they received the order. They rushed out and transformed into 5 shadows. In an instant, they rushed to the few tables where the discussion was the fiercest. Suddenly, screams rang out in the inn. The cultivators who were the fiercest at the tables were all subdued by the 5 disciples. Wu Zhirong lifted her chin up high like a proud peacock. She walked over step by step and stepped on a young cultivator. This cultivator was one of the people who had been the fiercest in the discussion. Pucci. That cultivator was caught off guard. His chest was stepped on by Wu Zhirong, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. I dare you to say that Qin Wen again. I think I heard you say that he's very powerful. Let me tell you, in front of my big brother Wu Zhantian, that Qin Wen is just a piece of trash. Haven't you been hiding your head and tail for the past few days and not daring to come out? As Wu Zhirong spoke, she waved her jade-like hand and took out a silver soft whip from her waist. She waved it, and the tip of the soft whip coiled around the cultivator's neck like a venomous snake. Boom! Wu Zhirong swung her right hand and the cultivator's face turned red. He was lifted up by the huge force of the soft whip and fell heavily on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Bang! 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 Wu Zhirong was very decisive. She waved her jade-like hand and the cultivator was lifted up by the soft whip and swung around. His internal organs were in turmoil and he kept spitting out blood. A blood-curdling scream rang out. Wu Zhirong threw the cultivator to the ground. The cultivator screamed and stopped breathing. He was smashed to death. His gasps rang out one after another. Many people in the inn saw this scene, and their eyes were filled with fear and dread. This Wu Zhirong was really unscrupulous. She threw someone to his death on the spot. This person was just talking and he was killed by Wu Zhirong. She was really too overbearing. However, the people around them were angry but did not dare to say anything. They just watched silently. Senior Sister Wu, how should we deal with these people? A disciple suddenly asked Wu Zhirong. Kill them. Kill them all. That Qin Wen is a wanted criminal. How dare he say that Qin Wen is good? He's simply courting death. What's the point of keeping such a person in this world? Wu Zhirong raised her chin and said coldly. Yes. The 5 male disciples nodded seriously. They immediately took out their weapons and slashed down. They wanted to kill the captured cultivators. Bang! 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 You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.